Peak Fiction, Kino. Oh boy. Hello everyone. Thank you, Shadow, for the 7th month resub. Thank you so much. Really appreciated. That'll go towards Chainsaw Man. And thank you for the follow. 00890, thank you. And I think that was it. Oh, I guess overnight I saw Sarah. Did you resub overnight? I got a notification for it. Either way, hello Sarah, Kasid, Toss J Shamil, Sunflux, Antagonist, Diego, 00890, Blue Dragonfly, Time Lord, Diego, Lucio. Oh, I said that already. Davinator, Slimo, Pandoama, Slayer. Don't know if I said K-Sid, Trash Town. Benny Zakura. Speaking of which, I was watching a bunch of Gintama OPs the other day. God. Dare I say OP game nearly undefeated. Gin-san, how are you? Hope everyone's doing well. Yeah, that's weird. That was weird to me, Sarah. I'm not sure what went on there. Might have glitched or something. Yeah, I tweeted about the Better Call Saul finale. I saw it. I saw it last night. It was amazing. It was really good. Welcome. Thank you for the follow, the Kank Dude. And welcome, guys, to the last Hunter x Hunter Wednesday, at least for a long time, I imagine. We'll see what we do once chapters start getting released. I need Togashi to take a break, like yesterday. But for now, this will be the last one. I love Cody. How are you? And yes, I read the new Chainsaw Man chapter. You can check my anime list for stuff like that, but I do think my anime list is down for maintenance at the moment, so you can't at the moment. But yes, I read it. Yearly? I'd be down for that. When the chapters start coming out, we'll decide how to tackle it, because it was a donation goal that I will go over them in some way, discuss them in some way, whether that be streams or videos or both. So we'll do that. But that's down the line. Yeah, Togashi's tweets just make me sad lately. I need him to take a break, please. A review of all the next 10 chapters in one stream would be dope. I think I'll see how I want to approach them. Thank you so much for the 5-month resub, Arc. Hey AJ, been away for a while. Hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. I hope your time away has been productive and or enjoyable. And if you want that to go towards something, please just let us know. But yeah, welcome in, guys. Today, yeah, sorry, Sunflux. I have too much stuff to do at the moment. I don't have any Mad Men stuff on the agenda. I'm sorry about that. Plus, like, my first video blew up for Mad Men. The second video, no one watched. That was just a huge waste of time, because, I mean, I found it enjoyable to make, but from a financial point of view, my time could have been better spent doing other stuff, so that definitely discouraged me to do more. How's it going, Troy Elric? Yeah, the chapters are pretty beefy. I don't know if one stream is enough. The thing is, I don't like we'll see with this stream. I'm not gonna go panel by panel, but 10 isn't too bad. 10 isn't too bad. So I'll consider doing whether I want to do chapter by chapter, maybe in bulk. We'll see. But yeah, today is we're just covering all the manga stuff. Chapter 340 to 390. So we're not going to be able to talk about every detail. There are things I'm going to skip over that just aren't as notable to me. But if you guys have things you want to share, of course, that's what we're here for. I'm mainly going to be talking about character stuff and thematic stuff and big plot points. But if I miss something you want to talk about, of course, like always. Have you made a Kim Wexler video? Well, you could always, outside of when I'm streaming, you could always just check. I have a playlist for all my Better Call Saul videos, but no, I've not made a Kim Wexler video. But yeah, when I'm streaming, obviously, totally fair game to ask stuff like that. All we need to know is that Bill and Camilla are the greatest. I do have some bullet point notes similar to my One Piece stuff. So I'll be referring to those. A little bit. But yeah, this is going to be more free form, more loose. I might need a bit more help in case I forget something, but I don't think I've forgotten any of the huge stuff or things that I want to talk about. And yeah, I think we can get started in just a second. And what a thing to get started with. Hold on. Who do you think will win the war? I'm really not great at theorizing, but if I had to say someone, if you're talking about Wobble Jesse's mask, having Kurapika is definitely good. Not sure if it's gonna be the enough, you know? Is your Nen abilities video gonna have some manga only powers in there? I kind of talk about it in the video, so I think I'd rather just keep it for that, because I explain it in like the first minute or two. I kind of talk about it. I will say that most of them are not. At least most of the powers I talk about in the video are not from the manga, or not from the post-anime stuff. I don't know. I don't know who I'd guess would win the war. Yeah, the video will be out in maybe a month or so, something like that. Okay. So Succession War. I've divided this into 3 very uneven sections. Those sections being chapters 340 to 350, chapters 351 to 357, and then chapters 358 to 390. So those are very uneven, I'm aware. But just in terms of the way this story is structured, you can talk about them in chunks like that. Chapters 340 to 350 is a lot of the introductory stuff, a lot of the stuff just setting up a lot of it, which is maybe what I consider to be the best part of it, actually. It's done so well. And then 351 to 357 is Hisoka versus Chrollo. Thank you for the follow, Henry Dino. And the rest of it is we're on the boat. The boat leaves, the boat departs, and everything that ensues. We got an organized streamer. No, we do not. Well, I guess somewhat. How's it going, Hannah? That's pretty much how I separate them too. Cool. Do you do multiple rewrites of scripts, or are you able to put words into words where you feel successfully enough? Oh yeah, I don't think I've ever done a script that I didn't change notably at least once. Yeah, I could see it being Hulkenberg, Jesse Mask. I could see it being Hulkenberg. But I could also see it being No One. I could also see it being Wobble. I couldn't find anything on the Viz's website, Hashi. Have you watched the final episode yet of Better Call Saul? Yes, I would recommend following my Twitter for that, Henry Dino, and any chance for any more Better Call Saul analysis videos. I suppose there's a chance. I don't have any plan, though. Maybe when I reflect more on the finale. But yeah, that's what we're divided into. So chapters. Let me just write it on top of the screen here. Oh wait, no, the structure doesn't work. Okay, so for the beginning, chapters 340 to 350. Well, I guess the arc in general. So I tend to start off all the arc stuff with what you guys think of the arc. What do you guys think? How would you rate it? What do you think it does well or maybe doesn't do as well? How would you rank it in terms of the arc so far, if you think about it that way? What ideas do you like about it? Because I have tons of thoughts. If I were to rank it, it would currently be fourth, close behind Election Arc. On my reread of post-anime, I just skipped Hisoka Chrollo fight altogether. I just don't like long fights for fight's sakes, even if there was some good lore in it. That's interesting, K-Sid, because what do you mean by lore? And also, I'd personally totally disagree it was a fight for fight's sake. There was immense plot impact and character impact in that fight. Hisoka Chrollo fight was my favorite part. Yeah, it was like either that. It was like right up there, if not my favorite. Like I said earlier, the introductory stuff might be the best, but the fight, I don't know. Very hype arc as a whole, so many amazing players, the varying motivations that makes every chapter enticing. Succession War has a chance to exceed York New, but probably not Chimera Ant. Interesting. One of the best arcs in Hunter x Hunter if it ever gets finished, a tie with York New or better. I see. Currently my fourth favorite arc, but I think it's Togashi's most polished and consistent art, both in writing and art. The art in Succession War is really, really good, especially some spreads, some of which I'm going to share. There's a Hulkenberg one. There's some amazing Sidiednik fourth print stuff. There was some really cool stuff for the Hisoka Chrollo fight as well. Kurapika is presented amazingly. Like, this is one of my favorites. Not in the best quality, but you see it. I always felt like in a parallel to Gon's moment, Kurapika would protect Wobble. Gon went from good to bad, Kurapika from bad to good. Gon's foreshadowing, it would be foreshadowing by all his friends all over the series, but this time Togashi would subvert his redemption by saying one good act doesn't completely erase all bad acts, and would have him die to Emperor time afterwards. Interesting. We're going to talk about what we think Kurapika's fate might be in a bit, or quite a bit down the line. It's hard to evaluate this arc because it is incomplete. Like, there's a chunk missing. And it really, I think it's about to hit the fan, but it really hasn't yet. This arc's already top 2. Overall, I think the arc is probably near the bottom of my list, but also has the biggest chance to become second or third. Yeah, it's got a lot of potential. What I will say is that, Hanzo's back in the limelight. I do love that it brings back characters organically into the story, as Hunter x Hunter tends to do. Hanzo, Melody, Izunami, Basho, Bisky. So I do like that a lot. I will say this is probably the arc I have the most problems with, and those problems are still very minimal, because this is Hunter x Hunter, but it's probably the one I have the most problems with, and yet one of the arcs that I think reaches the highest. I meant the Meteor City lore. Not often in the mood to read long combat, but that's a me thing. It doesn't reflect quality. I think it was good, but a bit too overwhelming. I see. Yeah, sometimes fights just aren't for everyone, and this one lasts roughly 6 chapters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 chapters. So, yeah. I gotcha. Third or fourth favorite? Yeah, I think it would be around 4th for me. Santi, how are you? Elijah, how are you? Interesting, John Char. I can kind of see that. Adam, how are you? I love how Togashi is doing so much new stuff with his arc that he hasn't before. That's true. It definitely feels very different. Like, it's reminiscent of things that have been dwelt upon in the past before, but it feels very different. So much mystery and suspense, writing about politics in full depth, increasing the amount of female characters involved and highlighting them, and so much more. Yeah, there are so many characters here. So many motivations intermingling. So many factions that just, it keeps getting built upon. It's kind of insane. And in terms of thematics, Togashi, it's hard to get more overtly political than the election arc. So I wouldn't say that it's the most political thematically, but I think it's just as political thematically as election, while also being the most political in content for obvious reasons. Like, election is a literal election, but this is, it's a succession war. I don't know how else to say it. There's so much there. The dialogue boxes reaches light novel level. Kurapika's fate just doesn't seem good here. From those signs, for sure, I get that. M. Douglas, thank you for the follow. Okay, so yeah, well, I guess let's get into it then. Pretty good. I'm thinking about how much potential this Succession War has as an arc. I think it might be my favorite, depending on how Togashi handles it. It's got immense potential. I think, regardless of whether at the moment it's high on your list, I've seen people who say it's their second favorite, just in chat just now, and people who say it's near the bottom, and people like me who have it in between. I think no matter where you stand on that, most people will agree that it has tons of potential, and has succeeded in that potential, but can go even further with payoff, I'm so excited for a really good, solid female character. I've seen her twice and literally forgotten her name, but God, I'm excited. Morena. It's Morena. Yes. Theta's great. I love Oito in terms of the females in the arc. I love Oito. I think Theta's great. I love Morena. I love her so much. And she's been one chapter. And who else am I thinking of? Camilla. Camilla's great. The stuff with Hisoka and Illumi alone gets me so excited for future chapters. That stuff is so good too. Okay, let's get into it then. Her design alone is so good. I can't wait to see more of Morena. Me too, man. Togashi's such a tease with her. Just introduce like one of the best introductions to a character in the entire story, and then nothing else from her. And outside of the hiatus, there was 12 chapters after she was introduced, or 13, and nothing else. Is Leorio on the boat? Yes, he's on the boat. He's with the medics. The dynamic of the two sister princes? Yes, Kasho and Fugetsu. God, their chapter, oh my gosh. I'm not sure if it's just me, but it definitely feels like Togashi's been influenced by the anime in regards to the writing and drawing of the arc compared to previous ones. I think I understand what you mean in terms of some of the way that the dialogue is presented. It's very hard to put this into words, but Hunter x Hunter has always had lots of dialogue, right? Lots of explaining, lots of characters explaining things and just talking about whatever. The anime, in my opinion, 2011 specifically, really delves into that and isn't afraid to have long sequences of talking, and for them to be there to be a really specific tone to it. There's like 3 or 4 tracks that play through a lot of those scenes that I think are very much like the dialogue tracks. And they use those tracks and they integrate it, and sometimes in the most artsy moments, they integrate exposition or dialogue or scenes with other things going on at the same time, in a way that might have been a bit separate from the manga. I think in both of those ways, Togashi, I see that in this arc for sure. It's hard to explain though. I'm scared and intrigued by how similar Kurapika and Chrollo are. What the key difference between them is how their backgrounds and the people they keep in their lives shape their views on life and hope. Hopefully that difference will allow Kurapika to survive and truly live. We can only hope, eh? If Togashi kills Morena off screen, that's a legit mistake. It feels more filled in compared to before when it was a lot more loose. A real intentional, deliberate structure to it. I get that for sure. Okay, so the first section here. The first section. Okay, so according to the wiki, the Dark Continent arc is actually the first 8 or 9 chapters here, up until chapter 340, where the election arc pretty much finishes, and around chapter 340 it transitions into the Dark Continent arc. It's the introduction of the expedition of the V5 who have been hinted at, the leaders behind, like the leaders in the shadows who have been hinted at before but never really dwelt upon a ton, who are mentioned by name here. We get details about the Dark Continent, which was introduced by Jing. And then we hear that Netero has a son, this guy named Beyond Netero, who wants to go on this expedition to discover all that there is to discover about the Dark Continent. The Dark Continent, which has been, in the past, a treaty was signed, or a contract, to never go there because of the dangers there and what could be unleashed, like Pandora's box sort of thing. So even just that alone is a ton of setting the stage. I don't like the way they split it into arcs either. Like people mention that it's Dark Continent and then Succession. I don't see any division whatsoever. But I just thought I'd mention it because it's there on the wiki. I don't think of it that way either. Feels like each chapter has been an episode like in the anime, whereas before this arc, chapters would end on the most random notes. So yeah, we get introduced to Beyond Netero, and this expedition and these goals and what he wants to do. And I really like Beyond. Again, minimalistic approach. We haven't seen a ton from him, but I think that it's really effective in what it does, as it tends to do with the littlest details, as Hunter x Hunter tends to be with the littlest details. Do you ever think we'll get Gon versus Gyro? That depends on entirely on how much Togashi can write, I think, Time Lord. And I think it also depends on the nature of what you mean with the verses, because there are different ways in which Gon's character can go. We'll talk about that in a bit. And that might not encapsulate a direction in which he might fight someone like that. It might be an ideological battle, but there's obviously a dynamic there. Beyond is one of the best and most impactful character introduction in the series, absolutely. he completely shifts the whole plot. He shakes the association and the Zodiacs down to their core. He brings the Kakin princes into it and the Succession War. In terms of plot impact, he does so much. And what I think is cool about Beyond is that we've talked for ages about how Gon is this curious spirit, right? This deeply curious, double-edged sword of a person whose curiosity is volatile and his open-mindedness is volatile because it can be very dangerous and it can be very pure or be very beneficial because purity is a neutral term. Beyond reminds me of I've talked about this a lot in Arcane. It reminds me a lot about the dark, dangerous side of ambition and discovery. The side that, for example, just a hint to the Arcane streams we'll talk about, for example, that Victor and Jace duel with throughout Arcane. Beyond's motives remind me a ton of that sort of concept. And I think integrating that with the Dark Continent and where humanity must push on from here and with the Kakin, the Succession War, I think it's just a great element introduced here. And it's not new, it's just a kind of new complexion. The funniest thing about the Dark Continent is that the Earth is flat in Hunter x Hunter because it's a lake. I guess there's probably a slight curvature, right? That chapter cover with him on it. Yeah, and by the way, guys, you can share chapter covers or spreads. I have a bunch here, but I definitely missed some, so you can do that as well if you want. But yeah, Beyond is great, and you can definitely feel that Netsudo energy here as well. He is his father's son. He has that, for lack of a better word, childish spirit. Beyond Netsudo design looks like Guan Yu, a Chinese war general from the Three Kingdoms. I've heard about that. I'm not educated in that at all, but I've heard people say the same. I think people have commented that or something. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, there are also parallels in his conquest. And that reference, maybe? Or maybe it could just be visual. Maybe I'm misremembering. Gone Beyond parallels? I see that. Oh, yeah, this one. The stuff I mentioned, yeah. Yeah, this is great. I had forgotten about this. Guan Yu? Oh, I see. This cover is too good not to have been a volume cover. It could have easily been. What was the... It was probably, I think it was the Jing one that introduced this, maybe? Or maybe it was something else. Either way, I would have loved for it to have been a volume cover. I'm super excited to see what Beyond will do if and when he gets to encounter the Dark Continent's Lovecraftian horror, cosmic horror creatures. You really wonder what his reaction will be, you know? He seems prepared for it. He seems to know what it entails, and I'm pretty confident that he does. But you never know. When people encounter the unknown, they tend to lose perspective, right? I have a feeling he'll be in control, but you never know. But yes, we get introduced to Beyond. Great impact character. Let me change the song. This song does not work for Beyond. Yeah. So yeah, we get introduced to Beyond. Amazing impact. And we, so I talked about that. The princes. We get introduced to Huiguoro, the Kakin King, the progenitor of the idea behind the Succession War, who's been doing things in the background for decades. And we get hints about the Succession War being set afoot. Now, Huiguo, the name, I cannot pronounce it. Do you think he's going to be the antagonist of the Dark Continent arc? He could be. He could be, for sure. I think it's all set up for him to potentially be. But far be it from me to predict what Togashi's gonna do. When reading this arc, I read the names but don't pronounce them in my head. I don't even attempt it. Yeah. The Kakin King is a character whose introduction was lame, but kept getting more and more interesting as the arc went on. Yeah, he is super interesting. Just call him Nasubi? Perfect. I'll call him Kakin King or Nasubi. The name of this track is It's Hard to Stand on Both Feet from Final Fantasy VII. He's a very... like, we learned that, I think, 20 or 30 years prior to this, he had shifted the entire political landscape of how things worked with the Kakin, with his empire. And he's very meritocratic. He's very, the strong will rise to the top, and very cold, awful father, it goes without saying, to add to the litany of not great fathers. I think, yeah, the introduction of him is pretty unassuming. It's kind of like, okay, it's a bit over the top in a interestingly propagandized way, but the more you learn about him, the more he feels weighty and important, especially when it comes to like the Hulkenberg stuff. Thank you for the follow, readme. I kind of hope the Dark Continent itself is the main antagonist, a man versus nature kind of thing. I think that's definitely like, and Togashi's done multiple antagonists tons of times, so I think that could be a factor. I think it could also be a couple of players that are on board. The King's vibes are nefarious. Definitely hoping to see more of him as a villain. He's great. Yeah, I love... the more and more you learn about him, like Shadow says, the more you understand how the Succession War came to be this way, and how some of these children ended up this way. You know, there's the Zoldyck family. Through subtext, you can understand, like, one of my favorite things about the Zoldyck family is understanding how some of the characters have gotten to be the way they are through subtext. Ilumi, the obvious one. Killua has less subtext than text. More text than subtext, excuse me. Miluki's a big one. Kaluto's a big one. I think you can do that a lot with the princes. His dialogue is so good. We're going to get to it in a bit, too. Yeah, and we have Nen Beast. I forgot to mention that, but this arc, the depth is insane, the breadth is insane. It goes so deep into political maneuvering, politics, Nen dynamics, the beasts, like you said. But this stuff, just setting the stage, is so efficient and tight. It is so tight here. Welcome in, Offie. I'm about to start my second year of college today. Good luck. Finished the first grade Ace Attorney game. It was the final case was fantastic. Happy Final Hunter Hunter Day. Happy Final Hunter Hunter Day to you. Best of luck. Best of luck. Second year of college. The second year of college was my favorite, or university was my favorite. So I hope you experience a wonderful year and a wonderful start to it. We'll get to Silent Majority later. But overall, I don't know much about it, and I thought a lot about it. This arc just expands the world in all directions so much it's insane. Yeah. And yeah, Nasubi participated in a Succession War as well. I think that's correct. Even if it hasn't finished telling an amazing story yet, just what it adds to the world makes it amazing to me. There are so many moving pieces. Like, you think that they're done adding stuff, and then you get the Mafia, and then you get these factions. It's crazy. It's, you know, I've seen people say it's overwhelming, and I definitely can see that, because it's a lot. It's a lot. It's so dense. Okay, and so yeah, we get introduced to all of that, his sort of meritocratic thing, and then we get a chapter with, I forget the guy's name, but we get a chapter with a good boy who's investigating the 5 threats that were brought back from the Dark Continent to teach us more about, I guess, the threat that they're being faced with in more direct terms. And I love what the 5 calamities bring in terms of just danger, threat, mystique. It just feels Lovecraftian. let me just bring this up here. I have this on the wiki, I think. This is the best I can do, I guess. Togashi similar to Oda in the sense that they both continue to expand their world. There are quite a few. George R. R. Martin is another one you could easily go to. Yeah, and this confirms Nanika is from the Dark Continent, yep. So yes, we have a sphere that protects mysterious ancient ruins, the botanical weapon Bryon, codependence of desire, a gaseous life form Nanika, a monster that infects its prey with a homicidal desire, the twin snake Hellbell, a trade-off between life and pleasure, a beast that keeps people as pets, Pap. To me, I don't know about you guys, but to me, Pap is the most terrifying. This is horrific to me. And yeah, this is the... Whoa. This is the page confirming that Nanika's from the Dark Continent. Also named I, which is most of what Nanika says a lot of the time. Reading Hunter x Hunter expands my brain so much, using all of my power to retain all this information, but I love Togashi for it. It feels like too much has happened, and yet it hasn't properly started yet. All the moving pieces and interpersonal conflicts and politics are just insane. I never like stories that involved or focused on the Mafia, but with York New, Togashi somehow made me invested in it all. Yeah, I thought that was a copy pasta. It is... Up to where we are now, it is a lot to keep track of all of it. It's a lot, and I myself haven't, I'm sure. I'm sure there's stuff I've forgotten. But I'm sure by the end, we'll be rewarded for it a ton. What is your take on the Haikyuu news? I tweeted about it on Saturday, so you can check my tweets from that. Welcome in, as well. IRXD, first-time chatter, welcome in. And Zubai, I believe, is the last one, which is not... Oh yeah, that's explained in the next page after that. So the 5 calamities are such a great hook. I love the 5 calamities. And they're horrifying. What if our life is just Pap tricking us into imagining it? Why'd you have to say that? Immortality disease is creepy too, yeah. I and Pap are intriguingly kind of inverted. I need you to exist, but Pap seems like it may just be eating you and making you think otherwise. Interesting. I wouldn't... Fiction, Kino. I wouldn't mind becoming Morena's pet, though. God damn. Kind of base, though. Thank you so much, Baynort, for the 100 bits. How would you describe Hunter x Hunter's overall politics? Because that small bit in No, We Are Far Worse montage shows economic equality as one of mankind's failings, but also one of Chimera Ant's primary messages is humanity are monsters, which doesn't feel like a leftist message. I'm kind of confused. In terms of alignment, I would say Togashi definitely seems to lean left, but that doesn't mean it isn't balanced, you know? We are far worse, humanity are monsters. So let me just reread this to make sure I understand the question. Although, you know, I tend to not get deeply into US politics, so I'm a bit out of touch. What I would say is that in terms of humanity, and the main things I take away from Togashi's politics are very, very anti-capitalism. The current governmental structure across the world's most systems is a farce. The economic inequality is a farce. How's it going, Gintuki? Humanity are incredibly capable of monstrous things, but at the same time, humanity are incredibly capable of beautiful things. And as difficult as it is sometimes, it's important to keep hope in that and believe in that to strive forward, because in the end, that's all we really have. There's the most immense ugliness in the world, but there's also immense beauty and immense hope that you can garner from humanity, and it's important not to lose sight of that. Those are the main overall messages I'd say. Succession is definitely a huge Succession is a huge, like, outbranching of perspective. Netedo is, I think, one of the best examples of that, if not the best. Meruem, gone. Reminds me of Gintama's theme is showing that it's worth going through the tough times to get to the good times. Duality, right? Okay. So if we continue forward, so we have the 5 stuff. So the Zodiacs end up agreeing to accompany Beyond on this expedition. He'll be essentially detained. He'll be stifled by all these sorts of rules, to which he says the iconic, "I'll wait as long as it takes." Yeah, exactly, Gintoki. I totally agree. So yeah, it's a very hesitant, tense situation, but they're there to accompany him to make sure things don't go wrong if they can, because their hands are essentially tied politically, which is in and of itself a pretty overt thing that Togashi's saying there about red tape. He's all of us during the hiatus. Did you hate Meruem upon his introduction into the story due to his callous and murderous nature? I feel like I'm a minority that liked his character even back then. I don't tend to hate fictional characters. I can't think of a single fictional character I hate. So I didn't hate him, no. He was a hateable character. I didn't hate him, though. And he was hateable because of what he did, but the thing is, if you look at his intent, the intent wasn't there to harm or be malicious. The intent was to fulfill his role. Hunter x Hunter uses the concept of Nen as a counter to the power that can be gained from wealth inequality in a capitalist system. Hence, the character of Meruem says he will use his power to create equality. That's kind of beautiful. Yeah, so the Black Whale stuff, they go, hell yeah, we'll do it. Jing and Pariston leave the Zodiacs, and who are inducted into the Zodiacs, but Leorio and Kurapika. They're inducted into the expedition for this. Leorio first, who then thinks of Kurapika. What a beautiful soul in trying to bring his friend into this for a couple of reasons, and obviously it's not perfect. It's a dangerous situation. Not saying that it's the ideal, objectively best thing for him to do here, but you understand the sentiment and heart behind why he does this, and it's beautiful. Like one of his foremost desires here is to just see his friend and make sure he's okay. And they have all the leverage for Kurapika here to want to become a part of this, because who is going to be a part of this expedition, the Succession War, but our boy Sidiednik. As we get little bits of introduction to him. But, yeah, it is objectively correct choice to bring another protagonist back into the series. Oh, yeah, so Kurapika being the focus here, I think, is just genius. I think it's the most natural thing that would have happened with Gon and Killua's arcs going where they went. And given Kurapika's absence, it was the perfect time to bring him back as a protagonist. and the perfect arc for it. It just fits everything, just all the stars aligned. And yes, this is one of the best, if not the best, new character introduced in the arc. I'm just struggling to think of a new character I like better. And yes, so the theory, yes. Do you think this head in the jar is Pyro? I do tend to buy into that. I do tend to buy into that. Like, I don't see... I think, I look at Hunter x Hunter theories, and most of them I tend to brush off, not because they're not valid and they don't have thought behind them, but because Togashi really doesn't write in that way, you know? He doesn't write in this very abstract way where tons of unbelievable abstract theories may come to light, and just immense foreshadowing and just five-dimensional chess in an Attack on Titan-esque way, you know? That's just not his style. But he does tend to dabble in that, and I think it just all aligns. I think it just perfectly aligns for this to be Pyro. I think it has to be. And this fuck is sick enough to want to buy the child's head as well if it's available? Yes. So this is just beautiful establishment for the fourth prince. Just heinous. Obviously the plot obstacle for Kurapika and the motivation for him to want to do what he ends up doing, why he agrees to it in the first place, collecting the eyes to restore the honor of his clan, and he's doing the opposite. And to jump ahead, what Nen power does he end up getting? Something to do with altering the future, time, fate. Integrate that with Chrollo. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think it's all integrative. I think it's all going to come to a head. And I love this character. He is just... Every major Hunter x Hunter antagonist is so diverse and different from the rest. He is just full... Like, this picture... Just this throne of skulls and these body parts that he collects and these rare things that he... And, what's the line? People in this world are divided into two things, useful trash and useless trash. Just this... He is the epitome of malice. He's the epitome of malice. He has a very distinct... Funnily enough, I see a commonality between him and Pariston in their desire to... just kind of this abstract... Not necessarily a need for power in his case, but... Again, that ill intent. But his just goes all over the damn place and is much more overt, and less internal, and less dressed up than Pariston's. But you just look at his aura, the way he did the water divination and it turns putrid. It's unbelievable. And yes, we'll get to it later, but Neon is probably dead. R.I.P., my queen. Top 2 antagonists already. He's like top 7 or 8 for me, and very high up in my rankings, which is crazy considering how little time he's had. Looks at my username. Damn. When we get to it, Benny Zakuro, I have the panel that shows his Nen Beast. Actually, I can just show it now, but we'll get to this in a bit. But, yeah. I mean... Theta... Oh, Theta... Dare I say best Nen Beast design? I think I agree. Is it their joy in causing suffering that they share? I wouldn't say so. I think it's just the malicious intent. I think that's what it comes down to for me. So yes, we get introduced to him. Kurapika comes on board. Kurapika, I love the presentation of Kurapika. I showed this panel at the start, or no, where's the other one? Hold on a sec. Photos. And there we go. I had to open up. Had to open up Task Manager for a second. This one, like things like this, Kurapika is presented so amazingly in this arc. Because the thing with him is you see his resolve, you see what he's here to do. Nothing is dressed up about that. He is still on his I can't let people get close to me, my friends can't get involved grind set. I'm on this quest. He's still imbued with this rage. He's monstrous in some ways, but you can see the inner side of Kurapika trying to come out so often. Whoops. We're not out of the Queen yet. It tries to come out so often, like right here, to skip ahead a little bit. It yearns for this connection. It yearns to be outside of this task, but he just cannot get himself to do it. But the thing is, when you put on these masks, you dwell in them too long, and they become a part of you. Now, one could maybe argue that it's already a part of Kurapika, but the key is that he hasn't lost sight, he hasn't lost himself completely within it, and things like this are the reason why, or illustrations of why. And you just hope that he doesn't. I don't think he will by the end. I don't think he will. I think he'll come close, but I don't think he will. Zodiacs is essentially Togashi creating an Urabuchi character. That's an interesting take on it. I see where you're coming from. How crazy would it be if Kurapika has to team up with the fourth prince to protect the baby prince? That would be crazy. Yeah, and yes, so he skinned someone and put it as an art piece in his room in chapter 349. He is very Patrick Bateman vibes about him as well. In a little bit, if you get what I mean. He's suffering precisely because he can't give in to that side fully. Yes, because he's constantly doing things that disgust him. Exactly. Literally what he says in the Uvo fight, how disgusted he is, how much it is against who he is. That's an encapsulation of everything he's doing here as well, except he's delved further into it, obviously. But so yeah, Kurapika and Leorio join the expedition. And then we head to a couple other characters. And I any excuse to bring up this. So we have Pariston, who's joined Beyond's crew. Paris for the expedition. He has this threat. He has this looming threat of the eggs as well, the Chimera ant eggs, and he is wanting to wreak havoc as part of the expedition team. And Jing is here to stop him. And what I literally put in my notes that I'm reading from, Jing joins to keep an eye on and be gay with him. This is so sexual. It really is. The first time you read it, it's like, that is so overtly sexual. I'll play with you personally from now on. Jing looking down on him looking up with this look on his face, until you beg me to stop. So you're finally going to pay attention to me. Sorry, I can't play emotional Run with the Wind music while I'm talking about this. Oh yeah, this is perfect. So you're finally going to pay attention to me. You? We'll see about that. I might just be doing it for my own fun. This is the rawest, gayest page I've ever seen in my life. Homosexual and homophobic. Look at his face. Look at this guy. So you're finally going to pay attention to me. Yeah, and Jing? Oh, man. I've read and watched literal gay media for years and years, and this is still the most sexual tension between two men I've ever witnessed. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And it's so engaging. Like, any scene between them is so engaging. Not like there's obviously the fun. There's that fun power sexual power dynamic between them, which is just really fun to interact with consistently. But it's so cool because every little thing they do. I'm not gonna get into the specifics this stream, but every little play they make is a power play. It's like 5D chess to get ahead of the other, to get on top of the other. Wink, wink. It's just every interaction they have is a mini power dynamic, and it's so cool. And Jing's intentions here are essentially to be gay, and also to just keep an eye on him, and it's not like he doesn't enjoy this sort of thing, but kind of buffer him a bit. Trash Down, I've watched 7 episodes of Naruto, so I can't comment on that. Pearson trying to give Hisoka a run for his money. Get on top. They have hate sex. This is 2 tops trying to see who will end up as bottom, like Kaguya and Miyuki in Love is War. I actually think it's the opposite with Kaguya-sama. And yes, so to move away from this part now and actually talk about the plot progressing, Jing is able to, so I'll skip ahead a little bit. Jing says that he can imitate abilities that impact him. So he's able to imitate Leorio's powers, after which he says he understands the purpose behind it, which is the reason why we know the origin behind why Leorio made that power. Using the power that he used, the remote punch, that concept, he's able to remove tumors internally from people with no cost, with regards to his overall goal of being able to treat people and become a doctor. So it's heartfelt, it's beautiful, it's compassionate, it's anti-capitalist, it's everything you'd expect from Leorio. And Jing is able to realize that, and he deeply respects him, as he explains that to Periston. But that isn't his power. Jing's power is not copying people. Jing just has such an intuitive sense of Nen that he's able to copy ones that have an impact on him. They're both switches, the Troupe. Depends on who won the last mental battle. There you go. That's the dynamic. No, Bayanort, I'm not. I read, sorry, I'm anime only for Kaguya. Oh yeah, I wasn't saying that it wasn't Hatsu. I was just saying that it wasn't an ability, because I've confused that in the past. And then we have, we touch base with Gon. We touch base with Gon. I love this because whoops. There we go. So I love this. So we learn that Gon is essentially unable to use Nen. It's confirmed. We knew that already, but it's confirmed. He figures it out completely, and he says, "I can't do this." He gives Jing a phone call. He explains this to him, and he essentially concludes, like, this is it. This will be a good opportunity for you to figure out what you can do as you are now, to approach life with a new perspective. You know, I talked about this a ton in my Gon video, so I won't repeat everything I say there, but Gon goes through a complete, distinct, comprehensive arc, and by the end of it, he is, for lack of a better term, freed. He has a new perspective on life. He isn't held back by feelings of a lack of self-worth. He isn't chained by expectation. And his Nen is gone here, and so he is given license, complete freedom, and starting from the ground up, bit of a Haikyuu parallel, in my opinion, with the Ball Boy arc from Haikyuu a little bit. Starting from the ground up, looking at things from a new perspective. How can I tackle the world now? What can I do? Will he be able to get Nen in a different way? Perhaps. But if he does, I sincerely doubt that he'll have his Jajanken. I think the Jajanken is gone. I think that was representative of that phase of Gon's life, and I think it's done now. And I think if he gets Nen again, which is a possibility for sure, I think it'll be very different. But he's on Whale Island. He's taking things slow. He's taking life as it comes and just savoring this detour, you know? And I think it's really beautiful. And yeah, notably, Jing's phone number, he now picks up. He's not totally unreachable for Gon, as Santi says, which is true. I'd be fine with Gon not being an active part of the story anymore, though it would be nice seeing where he ends up in his normal Nenless life. I think, for me, if it were to continue past Succession War, I think Gon has to come back into the fold as a prominent character somehow. Not necessarily central in the way he was before, but to me, he's such an embodiment of Hunter x Hunter that I definitely would like for him to come back into it, even if he's completed an arc, a comprehensive arc. Can we talk about how cool it is that Jing... Yeah, exactly. So sorry, I did... Shadow said that as well. Jing's available. He talks to him now. So that's a little bit of a step. A definite step. Gon can just call him up and ask him advice. And, not saying that Jing's Father of the Year, but that's definite progress. Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, Sarah just linked the video. The fact that Gyro and Gon have to meet up one day kind of spoils that Gon will get Nen back in some way, possibly. I don't necessarily think he has to get Nen back for that to happen. Let me change the song, I'm gonna cry. But yeah, you would think that's a very possible scenario, yeah. I think Gon is subconsciously locking himself away from using Nen, and that it's going to come back to him at the moment he finally moves on and stops needing it. Interesting. That would be really cool. Because I love that because it shows this shifted perspective, but it also shows that there is underlying potential for a new arc for him, and more progression. And not needing it being the way he'd unlock it, that would be awesome. I would love that. I think that after Succession War, we'll shift perspective back to Gon and Killua, briefly at least. Togashi likes to keep the story fresh, and revisiting Gon and Killua after such a dark, heavy arc would be a breath of fresh air. I could see that happening for sure. I think it's only inevitable he comes back, especially since a more final confrontation with Hisoka has been teased for the longest time. It has been teased. It's definitely been teased, but I'm not confident that it'll definitely come to fruition. It's so up in the air, because, look at what Hisoka's doing right now in the story. It definitely is a possibility that he could die. I don't know. If I were to bet, yeah, I would say that in terms of confrontations hinted at between Gon and people, I would bet on Gon if Togashi's able to write it all. Big if. I would bet on Gon and Gyro definitely happening in some way, because he literally said it. But I wouldn't bet on Gon versus Hisoka happening again. I don't think that would... I just don't get the feeling that's going to end up that way. What would I want his Nen to be? I have no real desire for anything specifically that I want it to be. Just whatever Togashi thinks is most appropriate. Peak fiction. That'll end up being... Oh boy. That'll end up being peak fiction Kino, oh boy. I don't really have any expectations or hopes, just for Togashi to do what he thinks is most appropriate. Can't wait for scenes with Gon missing Killua and thinking about their time together. Oh yeah. Me too. I think I always had a slice of life idea where Killua, Leorio, and Kurapika all visited Whale Island and met Aunt Mito. We need a 10-chapter arc to end the series of just them hanging out with Gon and Aunt Mito and just big chillin'. Just big chillin'. Like a Whale Island arc, but extended and with the four of them. Thank you for the 100 bits again, Bayanort. Sorry, let me read the message. Just wanted to say Meruem and Komugi is one of the greatest love stories in manga, and all we have with them is just strong subtext. In other words, they are straight-coded. It is beautiful. It is, yeah. I can never not cry when watching that episode. I'm glad you enjoyed so much as well. One of my favorite pages after this is just Gon and Mito living. And then there's the panel with Gon staring into the cup. For some reason, that panel always stuck out to me. Yes, I love that as well. Do I have it? No, I don't have the cup panel, but I have this one, which is them just talking about, again, there's no dependency on Jing here. He's just kind of saying to Mito, I realized that when I saw him, my goal had been to find him. It was fun talking to him, but he's more like an uncle. An awesome uncle, not really a dad. So Gon realizes that he's just a dude here. He's not this mythical, legendary thing that he needs to measure up to. He is a legendary person in the setting, but he's just a guy. And Gon realizes I didn't need to be all those things that I felt like I needed to be here. And I think this page, more than anything, shows his shift of perspective. I think I missed this. When did Mito become Aunt Mito? I see what you did there. Unless that was unintentional. If it was intentional, good pun. If it was unintentional, she's always been his aunt. A-U-N-T. Kurapika won't be there. I don't know. We'll get to it, but to touch on it here, lots of people think Kurapika's gonna die. I don't think so. I don't think it'll happen. I think he'll get close. I think he'll get down to the deepest, darkest dregs of his soul, and then I think he will ascend. Probably with the help of Leorio and or Oito and or Wobble. And then, yeah, what he says here is very sad. Like father, like son, I guess. Maybe I wasn't cut out to be a son. And he's joking here, but you know, like, these little lines are very important for Gon. And very sad, like Shadow says. And then what's next? So we have Gon. Oh, and then we have, sorry, I have to bring this, I always have to bring this bit up. Where's the other one? Oh, here it is. Okay, I thought we were going to skip over this and I was going to remind you. Yes. Yes, so this is the Pariston stuff I accidentally... I'm rearranging a bit. This is, in my opinion, the best Pariston moment, maybe outside of his talk with Cheeto. I think those are my top two Pariston moments. You think Kurapika will have a spider confrontation, and who do you think it'll be with? No idea. Again, guys, I'm not good at theorizing, but I do imagine, like, I would be extremely surprised if he didn't come up against the spider in some way, shape, or form. I think that's inevitable, and I think the way in which he approaches that will be very key about his state of mind at the time. If he is rescued from those depths that I say by that point, I think he'll be able to forego that. But maybe he also sees the spider at a moment in time where it leads him to go down into those depths. I think it really depends the way in which it comes about on what point in his development he's in. And okay, so we have this from Pariston. Unbelievable. Also, sorry for the manga stream. I found these on Google. It's very hard to not get manga stream bits for some panels. Thank you for the hydrate. So what he says here about Jing, when referring to Jing as the one person in the world he hates. Normally, as people are loved and are loved, they feel happiness. When I am hated, this song is not appropriate. When I am hated by people, that is when I feel happiness, which is essentially what we saw throughout election. And then I want to tear apart and inflict unimaginable harm to the things I love. To which we get this as well. But is that really all that strange, I wonder? Realms theme, FF6, Trash Town. Yes, Air Mag. My latest one covers manga spoilers. So, I mean, a lot of this just speaks for itself. The presentation here is unbelievable. It just shows off how twisted this guy really is, the depths to which he sinks. Do you think Pearson was born this twisted like Kire, or was he broken as a result of an extremely warped childhood, and which one would you like more? So, if I had to guess, I think that he was always this way. And I say that, and I would like if he was always this way. And I say that because, to me, Pearson's a very unique character, even within the scope of Hunter x Hunter. All that he represents, he has a very unique flamboyance to him that's reminiscent of characters like Hisoka. He's kind of reminiscent of Serienik in a way, but he's just so totally his own thing, and so totally a personification of so many political things. And it's hinted at that, like, nurture is a big thing in Hunter x Hunter. There are so many characters who become the way they do because of the way in which they've been nurtured. And of course, environment plays an inherent factor, so we don't have to get into that. I'm definitely acknowledging that part. But Hisoka, I tend to think and agree with the fact that he probably became the way he was because of an experience or a series of experiences. A lot of the characters in the Succession War, the princes, became the way they are because of their upbringing. Chrollo became the way he is. So I think that it's appropriate for him to just be the way he is because he is the way he is, as a really good contrast to everything else. I think it would fit with how he's just so distinct from everyone else, you know? I think it would be cool if he was just a psychopath, sadistic psychopath because he's just a sadistic psychopath. Morning, Clown Black, how are you? Is City Ednick the most evil Hunter x Hunter character? He's definitely right up there. Pearson has controversial tweet vibes in this panel. He does. So yeah, that's how I feel about it. I almost think nurture affects a lot of Togashi's characters. A big aspect of Yusuke is that he has a... Yeah, exactly. That's there in Yu Yu Hakusho as well. Melia, how are you? It would make him really lonely too. Like, no one else can ever understand his feelings because it's not a result of experience that people can connect with. Yeah, exactly. And I think that, like, a big quality of Pearson is that he is isolated in that way. You feel his loneliness throughout election when he laments the passing of Netero. And how much joy he had at someone who was a kindred spirit. And, you know, say what you like about Jing, but it's hard to say that he doesn't enjoy spending time with him. So he likes to play with people. Is that a result of loneliness? Is the people he fixates on a result of that loneliness having just been the way he is, you know? I'm good, Melia. I'm glad you're enjoying the video. I hope you enjoy the rest of it. And yeah, we're just going over the manga content. Yeah, totally. Sometimes that just happens. It's rare. What's Shadow saying? His family could have just been normal, very normal, and he just never felt anything. Only to stumble upon the fact that what makes him happy is misery. That's what I think I would like the best. But yeah, so That's a whole can of worms, Trash Town. I'd recommend checking out my anime list when my anime list is not down for that. I only mentioned Kire because Shadow mentioned Kire. But yeah, I recommend checking out my scores for the anime on my anime list and the visual novels on Backlogged. But basically, I really enjoy the series. Pearson would be a menace on Twitter. I feel like lots of people go through a Pearson phase where they just try to bother people. Thank you, Sarah. This is a full discussion of everything post-anime. So yeah, we learned that about Jing. We have the stuff with Pearson. We learned that there are moles in the association. We get a lot of nice Cheadle Mizai development as they become more central. We learn about plants and spies in the Hunter exam. Kurapika monitors them using the dowsing chain. It's just generally cool details all around for how they end up going about these operations. I think it expands the world, it expands the reach of Periston and the way that people use the things at their disposal, how intelligent everyone is. It's a nice precursor to the thought games that happen later on. He reminds me of Shigure in Fruits Basket. Yeah, I get that as well. Hopefully he has a better conclusion than Shigure. Random Fruits Basket slander. I'm sorry. But we continue. I love all that stuff. Geek fiction, Kino. Oh boy. I love all the little details, the dosing, the plants, and all the tactical maneuvering, the political maneuvering. It's all really good. We then get introduced to the princes. Oh, sorry, thank you, Baynor, for the 100 bits again. Oh yeah, I guess, Baynor, you haven't seen the election arc streams, or the parts where we talked about that. But yeah, Nanika is, without doubt, a huge metaphor for that. I would agree. And yeah, I think it's very... I mean, I obviously don't have the perspective to say that. I'm a heterosexual, boring male. But I think that Togashi does an incredible job in portraying trans representation in Hunter x Hunter. And I've heard the same from lots of trans people as well. I think it's great. And yeah, I'm not a biggest fan of the dialogue in Yu Yu Hakusho for that. To put it lightly, I do wonder if that's the dub being clumsy or what. I'm not sure. I would have to look into the manga. And thank you, AirMag, for the 3-month resub. If you want that to go towards something, you can let us know. I'm trying to get something spoiled for me so I get inspired to read past Greed Island. Fair. Thank you for the support. And then, so we get introduced to all the princes. All 14 are introduced to us. And it's, I love it. Do I have a page for it? No, I don't think I do. No, I don't. Not of all of them. Okay, well, we'll make do with our boy for a little bit longer. So we get introduced to all the fourth princes. The ones that stick out to me, and I'm gonna all the fourth princes, all the princes. The ones that stick out to me the most are Sedyenik, obviously, Hulkenberg, because of later stuff more so than the earlier stuff. I put down Morena, but Morena is not a prince. We'll get to Morena. Benjamin, Zhang Lei, Camilla, I think they're all very interesting in one way or another. Some of them are more front-loaded in the beginning. Camilla, for example, Sedyenik, Benjamin. But then I love Fugetsu and Kasho and their horrific journey. Ones like Sale Sale are not as interesting, or Momose, not as interesting, but you can't have every single one to be super interesting. And then we get the introduction of the Nen Beast ceremony, which is really cool in this new Nen contract that used in such a different way in this Succession War that is, I think, is just expands on the use of Nen so brilliantly from the start and gives it this political feel, more than a feel, total context. Morena is a queen, not a prince. Amen. Yeah, I definitely, I can definitely see that. I love Cody. That's what I'd assumed. I hope this stream explains the Morena love, because I really don't remember her. Easily. I'll easily explain it, and it won't even take too long. But a great deal of it has to do with presentation. I'll just show you the panels, and you'll fall in love, I'm sure. Okay, so, and then, to just quickly touch on Benjamin, I think he's a nice... I don't find him to be the most interesting character, but I think he's a very nice force of nature for the plot, and I think a great representation of the type of mentality that, you know, front and center, the type of character that would be, that this war is meant to weed out, you know? He is the type of character that you can see, winning this and being the representation of the meritocratic views that King has, from an outward way, and that's why he's not going to win it. But I think he's a great representation of, just in general, this family, all the horrible stuff surrounding it, and the Succession War and everything. I think Benjamin's quite interesting as a device, but also as a representation through personifying these ideals, you know? Yes, the background is Spira Unplugged from Final Fantasy X. Yeah, interesting, Baynord. I find most of the art to be fantastic. He shares a name with my favorite gay prosecutor. Benjamin's kind of cool, yeah. Okay. The most underrated FF game? Underrated. That's hard because so many of them have really huge fan bases. I don't think it makes sense to say that either 6, 7, or 9 or 10 are underrated. So I'd say 8. It's definitely not the best FF or a masterpiece or anything, but I do think the story gets a lot of the grief that the gameplay leads to. So I'll say 8. So yeah, and then Camilla, same sort of thing for Camilla. Very front-loaded, very at the forefront. I love her presentation. I love how she changes a little bit, or kind of layers are revealed. Zhonglei, very tactical, very astute. Just love the differences in personalities there. Seti, I think we talked about a little bit already. We'll talk about more later. And Hulkenberg, we'll talk about more later. And Fugetsu and Kasho as well. And then, yeah, they enlist hunters such as Hanzo, Melody, Bisky, Izunami, Basho, recruited as bodyguards to keep an eye on the different princes. And Kurapika, and for Kurapika to get info to get to the 4th prince, etc. So like I said, nice organic way for them to come back into the story. Like I said, 00890, we'll talk about Silent Majority later on. I'll touch on it. You guys can share your thoughts. I don't have a ton to say about it. Benjamin killing a lion barehanded is raw and all that, but you can't help but remember how Gon and Killua could very easily do that early on in the series and lose respect for him. Yeah. Given the context, that's not as impressive as it could be, but it's a hell of a demonstration. It's a hell of an image. It's very strong in terms of imagery. But yeah, I think it's supposed to be. I think it's supposed to be this outward show of bluster that isn't really substantial. So yeah, that is the first section done. I'm not too worried about the stream going on too long, because we've been almost talking for an hour and a half about just the first section, because a lot of that is big establishment, arc-wide ramification things we're talking about. And I think there will be more to skim over in the third section here. But, can you ride a skateboard? True. We never seen him ride a skateboard. So how raw can he really be? I think Benjamin is a lot of critique on toxic masculinity. We can see that with his spirit, his guardian spirit's design. Yeah, I don't have a picture of the. Let's see if I can quickly find it. Here we go. It's very small, so sorry about that. But it's right below there, right here. That's the one in case you were forgetting which one it is. He can inherit the ability of Nen users who swore loyalty to Benjamin when they die. The transfer of right applies to only those who graduate from the Kakin Royal Military Army and belongs to Benjamin's personal army. Do you have the panel where Cydia Nick is naked? Feel like there's an important moment we have to bring up? I can't tell if you're being sarcastic. I don't have it. Or I don't know. I can't tell if you're being horny or serious or both. Would you ever want to learn about Hisoka's backstory? Not really. No. So yeah, we have that. Now we have... And now we have... If it would load. I was being half sarcastic. Yeah, I don't have the panel. But which part were you... I was kind of referring to it when I was talking about the Patrick Bateman stuff. Which part were you... What was the detail you were talking about, Sarah? There we go. Okay. The skin in one of the fourth prince's chambers belongs to a spider. Oh, interesting. I never been part of the discourse for Hunter x Hunter, so I didn't know that. Definitely Wolfman. So we now have the second stretch. Now, Hisoka versus Chrollo, in the conversation for the best fight in the series, I think it has... If it was animated, it may be mine. If it was animated, it might be mine. But nonetheless, it's still without doubt one of the best ones. I remember seeing the spoilers for this page for the first time and jumping for joy, because it's true, because it literally is just build up, Dark Continent, Succession War, etc., and then bam, straight to this, Heaven's Arena. And it's like, holy shit. What's your current favorite fight in the anime? Netedo versus Meruem, probably. But Kurapika versus Uvo is right there. Gon versus Hisoka, though. Those are the top three. What did Turkish say? Oh, okay, gotcha. But yeah, so this fight is, I think it's magnificent. I think it's awesome. I think the tactics are consistently engaging. I don't think they ever get too... I don't think you ever get overloaded with information, and I think things keep flowing really naturally, and it's a very dense thing, but it's full of little details as well that just make you stop and understand characterization for where these characters have been. Also, look at this dude's arms. Look at this dude's arms. And Chrollo, Chrollo especially, because we get peak fiction, Kino. Oh boy. Thank you for the 100 bits. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Sorry, I'm fumbling around here a little bit. Well, we get this. Damn, where is it? There, here it is. We get this. Now, I'm not going to do a whole dissertation of Chrollo. We've talked about Chrollo for so long. But the fact that we have stuff like this in this fight in reference to Hisoka, this person who continuously seems to defy fate, because the context of this, where he says humans are so very interesting, this happens right after he says to Hisoka, you are literally going to die. I'm going to beat you here. It's unavoidable. This is your last chance, whatever. And so Chrollo, and then Chrollo tells him that, and he doesn't back down, obviously. He's Hisoka. To which he goes, humans are so very interesting. How they're willing to defy these fates and go against it and struggle against it in spite of what will come to pass. How do they do this? Could I ever do that? What is the point of it, maybe? What he said definitely was how it was such a good continuation of his introduction. Okay, you can bring it up, I guess, next time we talk about Zodiac, Sarah? Because it's slipping my mind the line you're referring to. And it sounds important. Yeah, this is one of my favorite pages without a doubt. Just the look in his eye here. I think this fight solidified my impression that this arc will encompass the bites more than can chew theme. Hisoka was so supremely confident in winning in himself that he entered an unwinnable fight. I think this theme spilled over into the Nen Beast, the unlocking of the Fourth Prince's power, maybe even landing on the Dark Continent itself. That's a good catch. I definitely see that. I definitely see that as a commonality between these. And sorry, Bayanort, did you put a message with this? Hisoka versus Chrollo feels like the logical conclusion of what should happen when two super overpowered fighters with superpowers fight to death in front of a big audience. Like, logically, everyone in the audience should die. True. It's true. And in addition to that, referencing what Bayanort says here, and what I was talking about here, Chrollo thinks of people as puppets at the whims of fate. What does his ability here do? It turns humans into corpse puppets, tossing heads at Hisoka. It's so integrative. This is the first time we follow Hisoka's perspective, and he's genuinely troubled and struggling to keep up, which is so refreshing. Yeah, he is genuinely concerned throughout a lot of this. And, you know, sometimes it results in this, as you would expect for someone like him. Amazing panel. But maneuvering Chrollo's strategy is an insane task. And the way that the rules and the sun and moon stuff, I won't get into the specifics, but I think it's very clever. It keeps you on the edge of your seat. When this was when this was releasing weekly, for the 2 months or so, I guess 1.5 months that it was doing so, I just couldn't. It was like every week was an adventure. How would the fight change? What little turns in fortune would there be? It was just so great. I love the way Togashi basically used the whole enemy explains all of his powers trope, but made it a brilliant tactic, because overwhelming Hisoka with information is what made him overthink things and miss things. Yes, Hisoka had a big case of, like, I think Trashtown said, biting off more than he could chew. That's integrated with that. And also just missing the forest for the trees. He was very fixated on the wrong things throughout the fight, and that ended up being dominoes towards his downfall. Yeah, we have the Hisoka Shining Crotch panel, which I don't have here, but it's a instant classic. Do you think Hunter x Hunter would have originally still ended with the end of the Succession War? No, I wouldn't say so. It doesn't feel like a series-ending arc to me. I was so hyped I was reading every previous fight chapter with the new one. So much fun. Yeah, it was just great. Thank you, Blah Blobble. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, as for the fight itself, I don't have much to say. Like I said, it's great, very tactical, shows indirect characterization, but then it ends up with this. Oh god, I love that. I love this. I'm gonna keep that there. It ends with this. Again, sorry for the manga stream. That's... I couldn't... It's Google. I was spoiled for the Hisoka Chrollo match. That sucks. Damn, I'm sorry about that. That really sucks. There's certain beautiful nuance to Chrollo using the explanation of his abilities to throw Hisoka off his game that I feel goes underappreciated. Yeah, and what's cool is that it's kind of reminiscent of what Hisoka did to Castro, literally explaining everything. Obviously, very different reasons for why they did that, but yeah, I don't know. It's great. So yeah, there's the Oh My Rubber Nen moment, which I'm sure there are feelings about. I have no problems with it personally. Welcome in, M-Blood. Hope you're doing well. Back then, people thought this fight came out of nowhere and was too abrupt, but in retrospect, it feels perfectly placed. 350 ends the first act or so of the arc, so to speak, and the first volume, and it's the perfect time to transition to something else, and it leads to the next act. Yeah, I think it's a great breather. Well, it's pulsating, it's totally wild, but it's a breather in tone and a refreshing change from the deep, dense political situation for the Succession War. And I think it was very needed and necessary, and I think it did its job extremely well while giving us an amazing, amazing development. It's still kind of sad that Chrollo believes he's destined to follow the path he's on. It's deeply sad, for sure. Have you read Togashi? Oops. Sorry about that. Have you read Togashi's commentary on the fight? It's so good. Yeah, I don't remember the... I read it, I think... Is that the one where he talks about how he originally thought Machi should maybe die, but then went back on it? If so, then yes. I was conflicted on this too when it first came out, but I think the direction of the story caused by it more than justifies it. It's not out of the realms of possibility for sure, and it's I can understand people thinking it's a stretch, pun intended. But yeah, what Shadow says there, it's not the kind of resurrection that is used to erase the consequences. Rather, it creates more. It's a development that's needed to happen for that sort of thing, and Nen after death, restarting the heart, it does seem like a stretch, but it's still, what's notable is that it definitely, I think, to me, it's still within the realms of possibility. It's not something that is totally left field and never alluded to as a possibility through the dynamics explained prior. I still want Chrollo to win in the rematch so badly. It's confirmed that the spiders will meet their end, but part of me kind of wants a happy end for those bastards, especially Chrollo. I don't think it's confirmed that the spiders will meet their end, but I do think it's a very likely possibility. Because people refer to that Togashi interview where someone said, "What's going to happen to Kurapika and the Troupe?" And Togashi says, they'll all die in the end. People refer to that as a given fact that Kurapika is going to die in the arc. that the Troupe will die in the arc. And while that stuff may happen, that to me that never was a serious answer. That sounded like a sarcastic, flippant, exasperated answer to a bad question. But yeah. Also, he said in the end, so that could just mean everyone dies in the end. Yeah, exactly. People always tell me that, and I'm like, don't take that seriously. Why would Togashi spoil intentionally one of if not the most interesting quest line, plot thread in his story just like that? Why would you do that? What's interesting about though is that it shows how the death in Nen after death doesn't have to be so complete and final. Like, in Hisoka's case, it's not like his soul left his body in return. He just stopped breathing. His body died temporarily, but that was enough for the boost. There's definite nuance and information added there. That adds a bit more to what we knew about Nen over death, or after death. I'm interested to see if it'll apply in the future, or if it was just... if this was the culmination sort of thing. But yeah, so there's this, and he keeps, like I mentioned earlier, keeps Machi alive. Togashi was deciding about Machi if she should die. So was Hisoka, but he essentially lets her live. In a way that will, like we said before, Machi is one of the most compassionate, caring members of the crew who values connections, the connection she's made. And everyone in the crew values that, but she does it to an extent different from the rest of them. And so her being alive and being there with Chrollo, I imagine, to potentially be, what was I saying? To potentially be the last one standing to watch the rest of their family die is unbelievably cruel. I think what's interesting about that is I think that with Machi it might be a mix of that, or that might not even be a factor, and Hisoka might just have this soft spot for her, for lack of a better term. For Chrollo, I think it's a very intentional thing from Hisoka, and that shows in understanding from Hisoka's perspective what the crew and legs mean to Chrollo, to destroy him from the outside in, you know? As we get, because we're moving on to this now. His motive shift. Before, Hisoka would be always like evaluating, appraising people, going, oh, they're an 85, they're a 90. I think I want to fight them. They have the highest rank or whatever. He was very systematic in trying to just get the most hedonism and enjoyment out of any interaction, but here he directly wants to kill all the legs and then ultimately the head. And this is one of the most shocking pages in the series to me. This is just so gothic and brutal and devastating. And nice little detail is that Charlenark's fortune all the way back when said, do not answer your phone, or something along the lines of beware of answering your phone, or when your phone rings or something. It rings right before this, right before Hisoka kills Chrollo, Hisoka kills Charlenark and Kurapika. Yeah, and that's the thing, right, Shadow? Because, like what Shadow said there, Charlenark's death reflecting the fortune definitely hints at the idea that while they might be delayed, they could still be coming true. To which, bad news for, like, Shizuku. I think it was Nobunaga as well. Either way, like... the implications here are immense, and I love it. How's it going, No Face? Sorry, I skipped some of the chat. Also, Togashi's continuing to explore the concept of Nen after death throughout Succession Wars, not just explored here. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Welcome back, JTD. Yeah, we're doing about 50 chapters in a stream, so... there is some skimming. I remember George R. R. Martin stating that if you're gonna die or gonna revive a character, the death should significantly change their mentality or impact them strongly. And while we haven't seen much of Hisoka after this, the way he operates is completely different, so I don't mind the scenario. Like, exactly, because the motives have shifted. This isn't Hisoka. This is a focus determined on the warpath. I will destroy this man, Hisoka. And it is terrifying. This is...
Oh boy.
As my friend Shaw has said before, Hisoka stocks are higher than ever. This is an amazing development for Hisoka. I love that his motives have shifted in this way. It's so much more goal-oriented in terms of a long-term goal rather than whatever he wants to do on a whim. All of my faves of the Troupe. No. We're big time. We're going Haikyuu movie pace here. Can't wait to skip Muji Nozaka. I cry. Oh yeah, and this is Kurapika. Rest in peace, King. And thank you, Bayanort, for the 100 bits. I hope at least most of the spiders survive the story. I love them, and for me, they're like the morally ambiguous version of the Straw Hats. Interesting. That found family thing, right? I definitely see the connection there. Do you think Leorio will become relevant in the arc later? He do be on the boat? Yes. I think that Leorio... me and Shadow have talked about this before. I think that Leorio will... Like, he's been in the background since chapter late 340s or whatever. I think that he will come back, and I think he'll play a vital role for Kurapika's ascent. I think it just makes a great deal of sense. It's funny how I literally just keep telling you guys half the time, I don't theorize, but then I just whip out something that I think would... a theory that I think would fit. I guess it's a case-by-case basis. Hisoka's new methods is both pragmatic and cruel. He understands that Chrollo's greatest powers and the connections to his crew. From Hisoka's point of view, killing the spiders takes powers away from Chrollo's book, further isolating him. However, he cannot help but think that Hisoka continues to take glee in his killing, or one cannot help. Yeah. So there's the logical perspective there. It isolates him power-wise, less to put in his book, less opportunity there. Because as we learn later, Neon's disappeared from the book, which heavily implied that she died. So there's that, but also it just is so important in showing us that Hisoka not only has an understanding of who Chrollo is and his relationship with the Troupe and the spiders, which is deeply intelligent of him, but wants to systematically take it down. Shizuku's fortune, I don't have it offhand. This is the last chapter we see Hisoka. His whereabouts are unknown. Yes, and that's what's so enticing. He disappears after this. How many chapters is that? That's 33 chapters he disappears for after this. And that absence is so menacing. I love it. It'll be very interesting when Leorio finds out about the Troupe. Will he tell Kurapika or will he think the same as Mizai? If I had to place bets, I'd say same as Mizai. Probably. Unless some reason comes up why it would be necessary for him to tell him. Shizuku fortune is her being alone in a room filled with merchandise. If that happens in the next chapters, I'm going to lose my mind. There's lots of space for merchandise on this boat. Okay. Thank you, antagonist. That's a link to the Togashi's commentary on the fight. Yeah, I can see that, Santi. I still think that the next Troupe death is not actually going to be done by Hisoka, but by Morena's group. I feel like Togashi will want to establish how serious of a threat they are. That would be cool. That would be really cool. I say this so coldly. Like, I don't want the Troupe to die from in my heart, but it would be so great for the series. Like, I am dreading the prospect of the Troupe being taken apart slowly. I love the Troupe. You guys know how much I love them. So I'm dreading it, but it would be so good for the story. Thank you for Ashula. Place bets. Who do you guys think is going to be the next member to die? Because there's going to be more death. Who do you think is going to be the next one? Do we know that Hisoka is on the boat? I don't think we know for sure, but, I mean, it's so strongly implied that I think it's confirmed. For me, at least. I agree, JTD. Nobunaga has lots of potential as well. Do you ship any gay ships in Hunter x Hunter? I don't ship. I don't actively ship, but I do see the validity of them. And I think some of them are really cute. Like, I was just talking about for 10 minutes about how gay Jing and Pariston are, you know? So I don't ship, but I definitely see it. And there's no release date for the chapter. How's it going, Andres? You missed quite a bit. The next one to die, Shizuku, Franklin. Shizuku's with Bonolanov and Chrollo, the two most arguably isolated fighters. She's on the list. Nobunaga, Shizuku, or Franklin. Maybe Shanks. Shanks is dying? Shanks is in the Troupe? Is his name Shanks? Finks? Finks. Shizuku's with Chrollo, that's true, but they, like someone said earlier, they're the most isolated from one another. Kill Shizuku. So I tend to agree. I think it's Shizuku, if I had to say one. She's got the fortune. She's, like, if we're working up in terms of importance, I think that would make sense. Importance to the story. I think Bonolanov will stay a bit longer than some might expect, just because it doesn't feel right for him and Kurapika to die so close to one another in terms of sequence. But I could be wrong there. I'd say Shizuku, and I think Franklin will die once it comes to a point where it's like you want there to be absolute despair for Chrollo. Absolute despair for Chrollo and the Spider, because Franklin is, like we've said before, other than Chrollo, the biggest conveyor of the Phantom Troupe philosophy. So him dying would be so symbolic of the destruction of the Troupe as an entity. I need for Finks and Kaluto to survive. That's all I care about. Shizuku's probably next. I think that Finks will last a little bit. I think that Kaluto... I have doubts that Kaluto will die. I hope not. I don't want Kaluto to die. I have doubts that Illumi will die as well. I don't think at all that Shizuku and Bonolanov are off limits because they're with Chrollo. He seems to be targeting the non-fighters first. Last we left them off, Chrollo said he had a plan for them to do. We'll have to see what's up to that. Exactly. There are lots of unknowns, and I think them dividing up with Chrollo doesn't necessarily mean that they can't be in a position where they could be at risk. I think the members who haven't shown off their abilities are safer for longer. I can see that. I cannot stress this enough. I will send a strongly worded letter to Togashi if Shizuku, my forgetful left-handed queen, goes out. I will not forgive him. I think you might have to get your writing hand ready, Vehement. I think she's in trouble. What are your thoughts on the Illumi as Hisoka theory? Something feels a bit off about Illumi. That's one of the ones I could see happening, but I think I need a bit more before I can concretely say whether I think it's very plausible or not. But I could see it happening. Hisoka going on Rampage because he's mad he lost against Chrollo. I don't know if he's mad that he lost, but it's definitely in response to the loss. Yeah, and then there's tons of potential, like Trashdown says there. I don't think Kaluto will die, but it's not out of the question, obviously. And if he does, oh, the implications of that. Killua, the Zodiacs, Illumi, shit will hit the fan. Lurker here. Shizuku dying would also mean all of the utility members that the combatants are supposed to protect would be dead. Yeah, absolutely. Also, welcome in. Hope you enjoy your lurks. Yeah, exactly, Spirit Noodle. Yeah, that would be a powder keg if Kaluto died. I hope Fink survives. He has the strongest connections to the Meteor City, and we were definitely going there after the Dark Continent. He does have very strong connections to Meteor City, as shown through the interlude in Chimera Ant. I think it would be nice if all the members involved themselves with other groups in the ship in their search, and while they're distracted, Hisoka comes to Franklin like he predicted. Yeah, that's true. That's worth noting. Like, Franklin does say, I'll wait here. Like, he'll come to us, I'll wait here. Which is very Franklin. I love that moment for Franklin. It could definitely happen. I could see him just casually walking up to him. That seems like a very Togashi scene to me. Oh, it targets... is this Xenoblade music? If you're talking about the one right now, Andres, it is Haikyuu. Yeah, it was Haikyuu. What is Killua's relationship with Kaluto like? Yeah, they don't really have one. It's imbalanced. Kaluto really fixates on Killua, but Killua isn't able to return it for a bunch of reasons, which shows a bit of a parallel with him and Gon stuff. Thank you for the hydrate. I think if the entire troop doesn't die, I would want Finks and Nobunaga to live the most. Yeah, I think I do too. For some reason, no real logic behind this, but I could see I'm quite confident Phaeton is dying. I'm quite confident Phaeton's dying. I think it just all makes sense as like a stepping stone for whether it be Hisoka or whoever, just to really show off that things, like, because that, I can't even articulate it. I just think Phaeton's dead. I think he's gonna die. I think the other two Mafia families are gonna betray the troop the moment they meet Hisoka. That too. Yeah, that's rumbling in the background as well. Phaeton and Hisoka would be an awesome fight, but I also think Hisoka is skilled enough to just insta-kill him before he gets the chance to use Pain Packer on the boat. Definitely true, and he probably knows that. So I think he'd probably work around that. But just an all-out fight between Phaeton and Hisoka winning, it just feels right to me, and then Phaeton dying. And yeah, we touched on Machi before, JTD, but her and Chrollo are in a similar situation. They're situated in a spot where they're very liable to see their found family crumble around them. Whether I think that's intentional from Hisoka for Chrollo, whether it is for Machi, hard to say. But yeah, Phaeton dying like that in an all-out fight, it just feels right for a step for Hisoka or a step for whoever might be antagonizing the troop. I don't know. Machi's going to be the last living member of the troop, and they're going to give her stitching skills some kind of symbolism of telling the troop's story. I would love that. Yeah, he may not use it against Hisoka like Antagonist says there. I actually think the troop are paying their dues, and Togashi is executing this almost perfectly so far. I think it's all coming to a head really well. I really don't think we have more to see from X makes it less likely for them to die. If anything, it's Togashi's style to not reveal anything. Yeah, that's the logical way you'd go about this sort of theorizing or predicting. Which is why it's almost illogical to talk like that. just by me seeing, like I said, seeing the logic. Hisoka doesn't necessarily need to kill all the spiders to deal the damage to Chrollo like he's planning, but he wants to. Like, I mean, 10 more to go. It's definitely his goal. Thank you for the follow, Just Rung. Sorry for the pronunciation. We never got Phaeton's fortune, so I feel he's very, very likely to die as well. Weaving their tail. He won't be the next one to die, but he'll die. Yeah, I think he's gonna be a late game but definite death. If I had to predict. Finks also didn't get his fortune read, but it probably just said he'll be all right and has nothing to worry about. Yeah, for sure. Nothing at all. I don't think Illumi dies here, nor Kalito. I agree, Jesse's mask. I feel fairly confident that they won't. Plus Illumi and Kalito, Illumi and by extension Kalito could be in on something with Hisoka. I think that could be a really interesting development. JTD, Chrollo and Kurapika working together. And I think, again, depending on where it's situated, it could be very indicative of where his character's heading. If it's after his ascent, that would be a demonstrator of his ascent. If it's before it, that might lead to it. But I think that has a lot of promise. Kalito Machi thinks will survive. The ones I get survival... So the ones I'm most confident of in terms of survival would be Machi, Chrollo, Kalito, Illumi. Those four, I think. I'm confident that Shizuku and Phaeton will die, and probably Franklin, and probably Benolanov, and then anyone I didn't mention is... I could see it going either way. Would you be fine if we never saw Kilo again, that his story is complete? No. I think I wouldn't be happy if we never saw him again. Illumi would only have a chance of death if he's completely done. Yeah, I don't think Killua is completely done. Personally, at least. I think it's going to be more of, we both really don't want to do it and would rather die, but we can't sacrifice the people we want to protect for our emotions, so we kind of have to work together, team up. Yeah, it would be like a coming together of the dynamics we saw between them and York New. I think Illumi being in on it would just massively improve Hisoka's chances as well. He's strong, but not solo the entire troop strong. Yeah, that sort of contingency does make a lot of sense. Having spiders just up and quick can also count as killing the troop off. Kalito and Illumi can be like, all right, I'm a head out. I can see that. I wondered if Sidiednik and the troop would team up. I think I've always thought of them to be that they'd be in conflict with one another. I've always thought of that as more likely, but who knows at this point. Okay, we gotta move on in a second. Perfect music. Pain Packer on the boat? Oh dear. Exactly, Pandawema. Like, what Pandawema says there is very true. Hisoka's very stream of consciousness in the moment, etc., but he's very clever and astute. Like, he shows a great amount of self-comprehension during the election arc. You know, I have issues, but you're just as bad, etc. And he's able to understand Chrollo. And he's able to understand the personalities when he's weighing them in the forest, looking on at the Illumi-Killua confrontation in election. So, I like that. I really like that this part of him is so important. In Chapter 377, Machi gives a glaring stare towards what appears to be Illumi. I think she might have suspicions either of his identity or loyalty, as she should. As she absolutely should. I wish I got a picture of that. My favorite old theory I had was I want Chrollo to steal a parallel future from Sidiednik. Yeah, I think we were kind of talking about that like, they both involve fate, etc. Yeah, time-based. Exactly. But yeah, I think that does it for this. So we've finished the first 2 sections here. And then we have that beautiful, beautiful, horrible, sad, every adjective quote, which is... Oh, here it is. We're skipping ahead a little, but this translation's slightly different, I think. Ties are not forgotten; they're severed. What's the exact quote, Andres? I know you know it. It's like ties are meant to be severed, not forgotten. Oh, wait, that's literally it. That's literally what they said. Is it the exact? Excuse me, a little. Is this the right quote? Ties are meant to be severed, not forgotten. Ties are not forgotten, they're severed. Okay. So pretty close. Ties are meant to be severed, not forgotten. And so I think it's just a beautiful encapsulation of what this is doing to him. I really love this edition. That number for the area with Chrollo also had hidden symbolism. Oh yeah, what was that again? Here, 3-7. So we have 3-7-5-6-4, and then someone crushing a cockroach. Love it. Minagaroshi. Which translates to massacre. Ah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'd forgotten the specificity of that. Thank you. And also interesting that as they and now the troops, and also another change in motivation is from Chrollo, who up until this point had not taken the offensive against Hisoka, despite him taking the offensive against him. Could that be because he's a part of him, etc. Blah blah blah. I talked about that in my Chrollo video, but here he bypasses all of that. Kill him. And interesting that they're looking for a man who's taller than 190 centimeters, because they don't at all discount the possibility of disguise, texture surprise, whatever. It's an amazing panel. I wonder what would happen if Hisoka ran into Gon again currently. Would he see no value in Gon like he did in Chrollo at the end of the arc? Imagine if Hisoka had to teach Gon how to retain Nen. Would Gon be a broken toy? It's interesting. Illumi and Hisoka theory is interesting on paper, but the more you think about it, the less it makes sense. I feel like the Nen would give it away very quickly. Maybe Illumi is helping him, but that's as far as I think it would go. Yeah, so I think what did I say about it? I said I think it's a possibility, but we have to wait until we see more. Yeah, admittedly, I haven't thought about it deeply. Just went, I don't think anything totally contradicts it, so. But yeah, the Nen would give it away very quickly. That's true. And they probably, honestly, the Troupe are smart. They probably took some sort of repercussion when letting him come in, you know? I still think Hisoka is that guy in the Nen training room with the curly hair. Oh, okay. Yeah, I do remember people going wild about that. Ties are meant to be severed, not forgotten. Ties are to be... Yeah, exactly, yeah. Thanks, Andres. There's no way Chrollo wouldn't have asked Illumi to confirm who he is through Nen. Yeah, exactly. They would have had tons of repercussions for this. And he's familiar enough with Illumi to recognize his aura. For sure. Okay. I think, wow. Yeah, we talked about that a lot, but I'm glad we did. The Troupe are such an important part of this arc. I don't see it getting past Chrollo. Yeah, the more we talk about it, the more I'm convinced that it's actually probably not true. So what happens is then they're now ready to take off. The expedition's ready to set off. It's funny I'm saying this chronologically. It's ready to take off, but we've talked about a bunch of stuff. But it sets sail. The Black Whale sets sail, and it has this interesting layout of the different tiers and numbers and orders. The higher you go up, the more privileged, I guess you could call it. Down in the lower levels, it's just horrific. I think 3 or 2 has the medical area. I think 3. All the princes on the higher levels, etc. It's just, I think it's interesting. It's a cool layout for it, and it makes the plot very dynamic. In that, getting to upper levels is extremely difficult. Moving between levels is extremely difficult. It fuels the mystery of who could be where, etc. Thoughts on the next Troupe member to be killed by Hisoka? We just had a whole talk about that, traditional mongoose. Most tend to agree it's Shizuku. Or most tend to think it's going to be Shizuku. It's actively putting him further away from his goals and involving him in some shit he doesn't care about. Well, that's true. Him being in... Yeah, I gotcha. But yeah, and then it's obviously symbolism for unjust societal hierarchies. That's very obvious, right? And then, so yeah, it gets ready to set sail. It's going to be 2 months there. And then what I love is within the ship, after things set sail, there are societies and hierarchies and things forming within there. I see maybe it's a bit of a weird parallel, but I see a bit of a parallel between the way that things organically come together with the different levels and the way that people within them start thinking about how to maneuver these things with regards to their specific goals. I see a parallel between that and the way that factions formed in Greed Island in an MMO sort of way, if that makes sense. But yeah, the guards are assigned to their princes. Kurapika gets Oito and Wobble, which I love that. We talked about that stuff with it being his potential shining light already, and then Kurapika comes into his own and excuse the stuttering. Kurapika comes into his own and then takes on this leadership role. You know, he delves into it. He's ready to protect, to do his job. He has this motive of finding the 4th prince, but he's doing his job nonetheless, and he has endeavors to teach all these people about Nen. They learn about Nen beasts, and they try to probe for things like that from information from people that they don't trust. Just get a general, really intelligent, full-scale scope of the situation using the people he's planted, the things he does through his Nen lessons. Bill is awesome, by the way. And yeah, this starts to organically come into place. And I like, again, this really shows the tactical maneuvering and tension, because for example, a moment that I think really exemplifies this really well is when Kurapika gets 2 calls from 2 different princes. I think one of them's Benjamin and one of them's maybe Zhonglei. Either way, and he has to make split-second decisions about who to answer, because if you don't answer the other, they could consider that to be an insult and then antagonize you. That could put Wobble in danger, etc. It's just, there's things like that all over the place, and I think it's really smart. So it's very complex, maneuvering, dynamic, all sorts of factors. The princes can't directly kill each other. Different intentions and motivations and ideals at play. There's a lot here. For 3 actually. 1st, 3rd, and 5th. Okay, gotcha. 1st, 3rd, and 5th. Okay. The levels are definitely feudalistic, which is perfect for a succession war. Exactly, yeah. There's this fantastic thread I read about the idea of Hunter's world taking place on a giant turtle and how the design of the black whale is tied into that idea. Yeah, was that, their name is escaping me, but I've talked to them a few times. I thought that was a really cool thread, too. the big deal is that he's teaching them Nen directly, yes. And people are hesitant, but, I mean, he's doing it. And he's no holds barred doing it. I was saying there isn't much in-depth character work for Kurapika in Succession War itself in his own plotline. We get, like, the self-destructive nature of his scarlet eyes and the deep focus on protecting the prince. Yeah, I think the deepest it gets into is moments like this, and as well as the stuff with Emperor Time. I think that's the deepest it goes, and I think it will get deeper. NF Master, yes. Yeah, that's the one. It will, but so far it's been pretty sparse. It's been a lot of... Yeah, I definitely get that. It's been... I do think there are moments of pretty deep, extremely deep substance, but they're pretty, like you said, sparse, yeah. It's been much more focused on the mechanics of the plot. Yeah, about the Nen Beasts, those are very reflective of the princes themselves. We have the gluttonous one for, I think, Sale Sale. Sidiednix is very indicative. Let's just quickly show that again. Oh, sorry, that's the aura. And then we have this. Would you say Kurapika's point of view is the least interesting one in the arc? Well, how many are there? There's Kurapika, Phantom Troupe in general. I mean, there are so many, it's hard for me to put them up against one another, because you could have some of the least important guards who have a couple of chapters to themselves. Then you have, like, Hanzo or Melody. So it's very hard for me to compare someone who's the primary protagonist to the other ones. But I do think he isn't the most interesting. In terms of current plot threads that are ongoing, that I find more interesting than the Kurapika stuff at the moment, I would say Phantom Troupe, in any way, and I would also say Sidiednix. Arguably, if it comes back into the fore, I'd be more excited for Morena, and I would also be more excited for Hulkenberg. Kochus is great, yeah. And also, if Jing and Pearson come back, yeah, for sure. I do agree with that. Kurapika's potential in Succession War is his eventual crossing with the other plot lines in the arc rather than his own. I do agree with that. And yes, JTD, Chapter 382, easily one of the best. Thank you, Izan, for the 3 months. I hope Togashi isn't forcing himself too much with the new chapters. The sub towards Breaking Bad Season 2. Thank you so much. I can't wait to do that video. Speaking of which, a quick couple of announcements. I think the Xenoblade 3 stream will happen tomorrow night. Eastern. Maybe around 7:30, something like that. If I can get things together by then. Tentative, but I'm thinking that's what it's going to be. And with regards to Breaking Bad Season 2, I'll have a Breaking Bad video out either Friday or Saturday, the next one. But yes, I do see where Andres is coming from. And with regards to critiques, in general, I do think... actually, we'll get to that later. I don't think I have Turkish. What the hell is this panel? If you're trying not to spoil yourself, I don't think I should answer you, Dave. And then... So yeah, the princes have Nen beasts. They slowly learn about Nen through whether Kurapika's lessons or whatever's going on. And then again, I'm jumping ahead a little, or a lot, but then we have them trying to learn Nen themselves, to which Sidiednix wants to learn from Theta. And this is where we get to some of the great, I think the really great character stuff for Theta. I love that she has this resolve to teach Sidiednix, because it's honestly the only thing that's going to buffer him from the terror he'll unleash. now that he knows about it, she really cannot afford to not teach him anything, because he's going to find out anyway, or he's going to do it himself, or get it punched out of him or whatever, and it'll be more terrorizing than anything. So her idea is to teach him properly and just extend it as much as she can. She's the only one who can do it. And it's so dangerous and scary, and I love the resolve she has in doing it. Yeah, I'm gonna get to that later, Gilgamesh. We haven't gotten to her yet. I have no idea, Time Lord. No clue. I'm waiting. That's a wait and see basis for me. I'm not too sure. I think there's still plenty of stuff in Kurapika's point of view that doesn't depend on other storylines with Bill, Oito, and Wobble. Yeah, I definitely didn't mean to say that there isn't any interesting stuff that doesn't involve the intersection. But I think the most interesting stuff does involve it, maybe aside from Oito and Wobble. Yeah, for sure, Andres. Do you think the time power Zodiac has is connected to a specialist Nen beast that he conjured, or is it something else entirely, making him have two beasts and a crazy ability? Yeah, it's something else entirely. I love the Zodiac Nen lessons with Theta because we get to see that. Despite that being one of the sickest characters in the series, he has a lot of charisma. It helps me understand why how people who are not aware of his dark nature would sympathize with him. Interesting. How do you think they would sympathize with him? Or maybe, because I think the thing that I'd say about him is that I feel engaged with him, deeply engaged with him, but I definitely don't sympathize. I don't think there's anything sympathetic about him. Yeah, I mentioned Patrick Bateman earlier, Andres. The parallels are too strong. Also, Sarah, if you want to mention what you wanted to mention, this is probably a good time. But I'll move on a little bit. Oh, that's a big topic, so I'll wait a second for that. Imagine Hisoka teaming up with this psycho. God, the music. Remember when Zodiac's Nenbi started talking? I wonder how creepy it's going to sound in the anime. If the anime adapts it, I can't wait to hear what it sounds like. I think they do some similar filters that they use for Jujutsu Kaisen, maybe? I think a minor point of view character, a Gon versus Pito moment? I don't want to think about that vehement. That upsets me too much. I think a minor point of view character I'm very interested in, is not so much Tyson, but her ability. She's based off a cult leader, one who feeds her the love that her supporters give her. Very excited to see the consequences of breaking what will happen in her book. Yeah, I don't think I guess I don't. That one just falls by the wayside a little bit in the points of view that I think of, but that is really interesting as well. Yes. Let me just quickly show this. This shows how far the fandom Troupe has come and how their demeanor changes. So, here. God, that hurts. All happy, all together, all alive. 3 graves. And quite sad. Man. That plot thread with Fugetsu and her sister was one of the peaks of the series. I agree totally. I totally agree with that. 382, amazing. Ilumi holding Uvo flower. Is he? I think she's gonna become a much darker character as she gets more followers. That's how it tends to go. I mean, just look at all the YouTubers. When I got more followers, I became a very dark character. The Kurapika, Chrollo, Hisoka, and Zodiacs 2v2 or 1v1v1. A 2v2 that becomes an every man for itself along the process. The final message of Hunter x Hunter will be, I think, the message we already have. Turkish. To answer that question, the final message of Hunter x Hunter, I think it's going to be unchanged by the end, which is essentially 148, which is what if you're interested, made a video about it. Why not both? There's that line about how the only person who could understand Hulkenberg was Zodiacs, not even his own sisters or mother. Curious if that'll be expanded upon. I also think Zodiacs not going to become someone who will be redeemed or whom we sympathize with, but there'll be layers of nuance to him that become more evident as we go on. That would be cool, yeah. I don't really want to sympathize with Zodiacs. I kind of don't want to. But more layers and nuance? Hell yeah. So yeah, to continue on, did I miss Sarah, or are we going to get anime episodes? I don't know. No idea. Oh, okay. I'm writing too much. Just let me just send something. Okay. I have no idea. That would be cool, but I have no connections. It's funny. I did have one connection, or it's funny. When Haikyuu aired, I had someone who would feed me little leaks about things with the episode, just randomly. And the same thing with Attack on Titan staff stuff. But I have nothing for Hunter x Hunter. I wish someone would give me... Well, maybe there's just nothing going on, but I love the inside scoop on Hunter x Hunter. I'd give up both of those for inside scoops on Hunter x Hunter. I've seen all your videos? Okay, perfect. So yeah, I just say the same message. I could see probably Mappa making a season. Me too. Unfortunately, given what's going on there. I also think what Shadow says there is really likely too. That the way he understands him, etc., that could be leading to a betrayal or a manipulation. Thank you for the follow and the hydrate, Plumfruit. And One Piece... hold on. Let me put up the reward. I forgot to put it back. Channel points... There we go. It should be back. Zodiacs has by far the best introduction in the series to me. It's immediately clear by what he says and what's shown what he is about. Zodiacs... the instant redeem. Like I mentioned that I'm doing Xenoblade Chronicles 3 tomorrow night, depending on how late that goes or if I'm tired in the morning, I might do One Piece as well on Friday. But we'll see how it goes. But either way, it'll come sometime in the future. He has what he says and what is shown, what he's about. Zodiacs washing away all the evidence of what had just transpired in his hotel room, and us seeing all the blood on the floor. Okay, yeah. Every scene we see him in gives off the most sinister vibes. Excuse me. He wants his kills when done for pleasure to be an art form. Yes, sorry. I didn't even mention the art form part of it. I just said Patrick Bateman. And prefers victims to meet a certain standard for him to put to the test. I feel like that's also why he's so forgiving towards Theta and while ends up liking her more, rather than despising her when she attempts to kill him. To watch Theta trying to put together what's transpired and when she thought she had shot him is deeply intriguing to him. I do think he'll end up killing her eventually. I do agree too. I think Theta's going to be dead. And I think it's going to be very sad. But yeah, it's an amazing introduction. This arc so far has been very key for just introductions in general. Fourth Prince, Beyond, Morena. Look how he invited those two women in the earlier part of this arc. You would never suspect that he's the most psychotic guy ever. Yeah. Sympathize might not be the best word, but he's definitely more nuanced. Gotcha. Yeah, that has already been talked about, Plumfruit. Most people tend to... I don't remember, actually. I don't know, personally. I said Wobble and No One and Hulkenberg as the three ones I can see being possible. But, in all honesty, I have no strong thoughts either way. Still says it's out of stock? That's because Sarah just redeemed it instantly, antagonist. It's funny. I redeem it, and then it gets redeemed immediately, then I gotta take it off. I feel like there's a distinct difference between understanding a villain and sympathizing him. Oh, yeah. Yeah, without a doubt. Okay, we gotta move on. Okay, so I'll kind of touch on it, but kind of touch on it a little bit. But let's just put it out there. Kurapika is literally his life force is being taken away. The amount of time he has left in his lifespan is being taken away every time he uses Emperor time. 1 hour for every second, or 1 hour every second. We do some fun things with. Oito, this is a bit loud. Oito with his stealth dolphin, and then he passes out, and it was active the whole time, which means he lost essentially 5 years of his life, which is very scary. And I think this is just more and more and more Berserker armor. Yeah, more and more of the idea that Kurapika is losing himself. This path is self-destructive, his life is at stake, and if he doesn't stop, he's literally going to waste himself away. Why is it 50k instead of 45k? Because demand went up. Demand went up. It honestly doesn't change anything, though. And also, Sundays are literally just One Piece reading streams now, so we already get an exclusive stream. So I decided to kick it up a notch. Did anybody count how much Kurapika lost from his life overall? About five years. Kurapika and Gon are similarly self-destructive, but Kurapika does it gradually and fully aware, while Gon does it in explosive extremes and impulsively. Yeah. I love the way they foil each other in that way. Gon is very erratic. Kurapika's steady, self-aware. I know I'm doing this and I'm going to continue. And that's... Yeah, I don't want to power scale how sad each one is, but it almost feels more sad knowing and seeing yourself waste away. Nice to know that there's a punishment for such a powerful ability. Yeah, I think it's very important that that's there. Just for keeping things down to scale, keeping things realistic and in tune with the rules of Nen, while also just being so indicative of him as a person. Probably more because of York New. Yeah, true. Oh no, it didn't send it. Yeah, I can't. I don't know why it wouldn't have the restriction in York New as well, because he came out with Little Dolphin post York New, but Emperor Time was always a thing, and the restriction has to do with Emperor Time. I also like his mention of not being aware of your own ignorance, to be a sin, and him being the only one fit for being a successor. We've gotten so much for him, but at the same time, we only now getting to know him. I love his ability and can't wait to see him use it more. Me too. I love all of that. And the ignorance being a sin, That's pretty integrative with a lot of Chimera Ant ideas, election ideas, ignorance being a sin. I love that. Yeah. So the restriction was applied to Emperor Time. The restriction on the Dolphin is that you need Emperor Time to use it. It's crazy. Because of his resolve, he literally made an ability that became a condition because it's so self-detrimental. That's how... Oh, this poor boy. Him slowly putting it together himself was amazing to witness. How perplexed he was himself at him being more caught off guard and not knowing much of something was sort of a nice change of pace for him. I can't wait to see more. Okay. We get the Phantom Troop stuff. We've talked for a long time about that. But we have the Illumi. We have the Illumi introduction. Thank you, Bayanor. 1 second. I had to post this. Thank you for the bits. And it's the Greed Island is the only arc that doesn't end in anticlimax. Like every other arc, it's the only arc that feels like Oda could have written. Interesting. I get the vibes. Personally, I don't think Oda could have written Greed Island, but I definitely get the vibes. Both One Piece and Hunter x Hunter are goated shonens, yet One Piece is the most classic shonen writing, while Hunter x Hunter is more experimental. Yeah, Hunter x Hunter, like we said before, is very deconstructive, reconstructive. Yeah, and they do go to the observation deck. I love this spread. This is very cool because Greed Island is kind of reinforcing those toxic shonen elements to Gon. Yeah, it tells them that it'll be okay. Okay. And then we have the stuff that Illumi might be meaning with Hisoka. We talked about all that already. Okay, Silent Majority. Wait, no. Actually... Oh, and then, yeah, I just also wanted to mention the Mafia, the other factions that get introduced, and then we get Silent Majority. So, essentially, I don't have much to say about it. I looked up the rules for it because it's important. It's essentially... the power is... It's used by a user. And when used, if it doesn't kill someone, then it'll rebound on the user and they will die. But it needs to use a host. It's parasitic. So it needs to attach itself to a host. Once it does, only that host can see it. So it looks like they're going insane if they react to it. But it can only be used when everyone's attention is directed somewhere, and it has these snakes attached to it that then kill someone, quote-unquote, off-screen, you know? But a condition is that attention has to be directed. And there are rules to it. It looks cool. Aside from that, I don't have much to say about it. Remind me, Silent Majority is the ability of the girl... It's the ability of the girl just standing around while guards are training, right? Yeah, it's the one with the mask over the face. Let me quickly show you guys. I literally just searched up Silent Majority in Google. I did not get Hunter x Hunter. This is Silent Majority. 1 sec. Right here. It does look like a cover album, doesn't it? So it's right here. There you go. Shadow is written an extensive thread on Silent Majority. Linked. Let me just relink it here. Because I don't have too much to say about it. What's the guy's name whose it is? I forget his name. Because Bayanor just asked about it. whose ability is it? I forget the name. Oh, we don't know at all? Oh, well, that went over my head. I thought it was already... Okay, never mind then. I thought there was an implication that it was one of the... I thought there was a strong implication that it was one of the guards. It's still a mystery? Okay, never mind then. Sorry. The stuff in this arc gets caught up in my brain. But yeah, so I don't have a ton to say, but it is a cool whodunit. But that's Silent Majority. And then... So the Phantom Troupe heads out, looking for someone taller than 190 centimeters. They divide into their groups. And then we have the Kakin's 3 mafia families that board the ship to secure territory. All of them having benefactors. Zhonglei is the benefactor of the Shiyu family. Zodiacs is a benefactor of the Heil Li family. Lucerus is benefactor for Char family. The one I'm most interested in, though, however, is Zodiacs and the Heil Li family. The story moves on, and we get to a point where Prince Hulkenberg exits. I'm reading parts of this off the wiki, so forgive me. Exits his quarters. I just had to get a sequence of events. He exits his quarters with his 5 personal guards to make an appeal to his father that to cancel the succession war. Because Hulkenberg, we haven't really talked deeply and focused deeply on him, but let's bring up a picture. The one I'm looking for... right here. And... Where's the other one? Right here. I think he's going to be a very interesting character who might not necessarily be 100% loyal to Benjamin. I do agree. This is the panel, right? Manga stream again. Apologies, but we got it. Speaking of the Silent Majority stuff, Furikov and Babamina are 2 interesting characters introduced into the story, especially the latter, who has had a lot of interesting characterization. Need to look it up. Which one's Babamina again? Me and names, you guys know. Oh, yeah, I agree. So Babamina is... I figured you were talking about him because you mentioned not entirely loyal to Benjamin. This is Babamina. Right here. Benjamin's guard sent to monitor Kurapika's dealings and everything. And I do get that implication as well, or that hint, that it might not be totally loyalty, you know? And this art, this is one of my favorite spreads in the whole series. It's insanity. When Chad was talking about talk about Silent Majority, I thought they were talking about, yeah, it's the power, yeah. Like, how can you do this? How can a person draw this? I don't remember what this guy said, but he definitely talked a lot. Yes. I already talked about my opinion on the 5 calamities exploded. You can check earlier in the VOD. The detail is insane. At the very least, he's clearly established that he has his own values that do not fall in line with Benjamin's orders. Yeah, so it remains to be seen about whether he will forego those or pursue them. The background art clashes a bit too much with the characters in this one. Usually the assistants are a bit more consistent with Togashi's art style. Interesting. I love this. I actually like the clash. Like, because that continues down into the gun here, right? I think it isolates them really well. I feel like the painting is an actual painting. Is it? I do understand the clashing not working for some people, though, for sure. It looks like it should be. Yeah, through contrast, it makes the white here, the white background's really impactful to me. So in the midst of all this stuff happening, we talked about Zodiac's water. So he wants to go to his father and cancel the succession battle. He is tired of kids fighting against kids and killing and everything, and he wants to put an end to it. We have the Morena stuff, which I'll get to in a sec, but let me just finish the Hulkenberg stuff. He can't stand the war, Hulkenberg. He just can't stand it. It goes... as far as I can tell, it's an angel with some light. It's beautiful. I agree. It's very beautiful. I think the prince almost melds into the background as a way of showing how the prince doesn't notice or fear his presence. Me too. Hulkenberg might be my second or third favorite prince. But yeah, so he implores his father here to... and this is where we really get, I think, the best stuff for King. He implores his father to stop the succession war, this cycle of violence. He says he didn't consent to knowing that it would happen. He says that, and then his father just says, no, like, you signed up for this, you're gonna have to follow it through. That's just how it is. And then to which he says to his father, I'll kill you if I do. And his father really, really detests the hypocrisy in that. The bullets stop inches from his face. He says that you, Hulkenberg, signed a contract. You have to play by the rules. He really doesn't like the hypocrisy there, and he doesn't like the people who are not willing to do what it takes in the situations they signed up into. That sort of ignorance and naivete is, to me, indicative of what Zodiac said about people being naive in that way. Which is kind of keys into what Shadow was saying about him being maybe manipulated a little bit later. We'll see. Thank you for the follow. His passiveness comes across as him wanting to stay clean compared to the rest of the siblings. Oh, sorry, let me go up first. Hulkenberg is just behind fourth prince with a chance to exceed. Yeah, for me too. I love how this chapter calls Hulkenberg out on his flaws and how he's being slothful. Like, he wants to eat his cake and have it too, but without actually trying to do anything. His passiveness comes across as him wanting to stay clean compared to the rest of his siblings. Exactly. But, you know, you may not have known what you were signing up for, but you're in it, and you can't avoid this. And what I love is he then decides he wants to, if he can't get this to end by killing his father, he'll kill himself. But the Nen beast created as a result of this stops the bullet. And there's such a twisted, horrifying element to it. He's forced to have resolve, essentially. He's not forced to have resolve. He's forced to come to grips with the fact that he has to have resolve, and he eventually takes up the mantle. But I love this whole development for his character, as like Shadow said, it does criticize him a great deal. Best moment of their conversation. Oh yeah, right here. Peak fiction, Kino. The reference to the trolley problem. You think this choice is a binary? That's not like you. It proves you're not thinking straight. What must survive is the country. The people's lives always come first. Thank you for the 100 bits. I'll read that in a second. The question is, who pulls the lever? It's being pulled regardless. You cannot be king without bearing the cross. You cannot change the country without being king. Tell me you don't need a king after you become one. I love that. It's very, it reminds me of those scenes you see where people criticize people for their naive ideals. And I think it rings very true. you know, it's a bit unfair. It's a little unfair because there were some blind spots he couldn't have accounted for, but I love how his hypocrisies and naivete and innocence is laid bare there. And Baynord said, I saw a great comment somewhere about the war. There's no rage quitting, no AFK. The only way out of this ship is upwards. Yeah, you're in it to win it. You either die and not by your own hand, or make your way up. He feels guilty, but that guilt is very calculative, making himself feel like he's better than the rest. But in this chapter, he recognizes that hypocrisy and starts to take action. Yeah, exactly. It's such a beautiful call to action here. This is the one I sent. You cannot be king without bearing the cross. You cannot change the country without being king. Tell me you don't need a king after you become one. I love that idea. The idea of, if you want to make this a nation with no need for a king, then you should become king to enact that. Because at the moment, there's going to be a power vacuum. You need to win. It's insanely good. Scans for the chapters there. Cool. Thank you, Hashi. I just love it so much. And then from here, his resolve is resolute. His resolve is resolute. he is resolute. And he decides, I'll do it. I'll take this on. I'll change things after winning. And that is his conviction, to make it so that this sort of thing wouldn't be necessary in the first place. In the midst of all this, Sale dies. But here we have, and also in the midst of this, Fugetsu and Kasho, who have this beautiful, lovely relationship, start plotting together to escape. In the midst of Hulkenberg being told that there is no escape. Ominous. Very ominous. But we have Morena's introduction, if I can backtrack for a second. Just brushing over the King Sale's death like that, he died as he lived. Hulkenberg's Nen Beast is sick and it's stopping the bullet of chefs is beautiful. I love how they have that the will is separate from the person sort of aspect. I can see that as well, Trash Town. I can see that for sure. I wish Hulkenberg had defended his naive and idealistic way of looking at things. It feels almost too easy of a switch. I mean, he tried to kill his dad, and he tried to kill himself, and realized there was no way out. I wouldn't call that easy. I mean, just because it was fast, I wouldn't say it's easy at all. It's like, what other choice does he have, really? I don't know. I've never thought of it that way, but I can understand the pace being pretty quick. Not really enjoying that for sure. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. I don't think I agree, but I can see where you're coming from for sure. I need an anime adaptation just for the whole escape plan plot of this arc. I can see it so clear in my head and how the narrator... Yeah, the way I can imagine the escape plan being executed would be very similar to the episode, I think, 83 or 84 montage, with the music, Kingdom of Predators playing, the voiceovers, the really artistic shots, as Kite, Gon, and Killua are moving as Pito fiddles around with Pockle's brain. I can see that sort of execution working really well for that chapter. It reminds me of the Holy Grail's war in that there seems to be much more going on behind the scenes and it has far deeper lore than what's initially introduced. Yeah, I see that as well. I do have the melody spread, yes. Do you think Hulkenberg's ideals might be slightly hollow? I don't think... I think I'd say they're maybe overly idealistic rather than hollow. And I think what's interesting... I think the way Togashi concludes his character will be really telling with what he wants to say about this arc. I don't think it'll change the complexion of his political ideas throughout Hunter x Hunter, but I do think it'll change the political complexion of this arc. see where it leans. And I think Hulkenberg's a great perspective from which to draw those conclusions from, because he's super idealistic. It'll be interesting to see how he approaches it. Okay, and sorry, Morena. My queen. So just because Morena has possibly my favorite character design of the whole series. It's beautiful. The scar. So Morena is someone who is essentially completely disillusioned with the world. Totally and utterly has experienced the depths of despair, has experienced loneliness, being ostracized, being dismissed and pushed aside, and essentially being stifled in the way that, thank you for the follow, Chibi, being stifled in the way that a lot of people from the Phantom Troupe were, for example, or a lot of the Zodiacs were, with no outlet whatsoever. Very misanthropic. And what I love is the integration of her personality. Well, first, the presentation. Just the way this is presented is so unbelievably, crazily beautiful to me. Very dark and beautiful. And let us destroy it all just because. So she has her followers, her crew, these people who pledge themselves to her, and kisses them. So her ability is contagion. Essentially forming her own like hive sort of thing. This is almost a kind of reminiscent of Chimera Ant Queen. And through the dynamics of the power, people will go up ranks. Killing princes will increase your rank. She sets off her faction, who will undoubtedly have big plot ramifications later on. But then here, I love the use of negative space and the simplicity here. The two scars on the face, they signify the illegitimate children of the king who cannot become rightful heirs. At birth, their faces are slashed with a double blade. Their existence is permitted on the condition that they forever remain in the shadows. So, miserable existence start to finish. I love just seeing the blood slowly coming out of the scars, having been newly cut. It's unbelievable. And let me just read it. They selfishly procreate, fear the progeny, doubt and spread, then scar for them for life and forgive them. Forgive them. You can feel the white of the panel being the skin. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. You can feel the malice and forgive them, as if there was something worth being forgiven for in the first place. Makes me laugh, but then she goes here, but I like this scar. Without it, I would have slid closer to death. With this scar, I was able to perch on the razor's edge. Beautiful imagery, again. The darkness and the light. In order to destroy this dung heap of a world. And we see lots of things that Meruem talked about, the inequality, predator-prey, nature, the decay of the world. In order to destroy all of this, I can keep trying just a little bit more. That malice and ill intent to destroy everything, being brought about as a result of this horrifying, horrific existence, is just so powerful. Oh, and then we have Chrollo. So, and what I love about her is contagion. Well, I love everything about her, but contagion. Sorry, where was I? Oh. So I love her Nen ability. She's only shown in this one chapter, but what we learn about her Nen ability is, like what I said before, and she takes total center stage. She's given totally justifiable motivations for her misanthropic endeavors. And she just deeply disdains society. She has deep malice for everything. And I think for that, you need to establish it as substantial, and I think it is established as substantial. I think it's just enough is given for you to understand. And she just hates society. She hates everything about it. And that makes her very interesting right from the bat, in my opinion, in terms of the lore. We know what happens to the king, or the prince's bastards, or the king's bastards, the royal family's bastards, and the misfortune that befalls them, which adds depth and richness to the arc itself and the world, but it's also very consistent with Togashi's ideas about humanity in general. You know, his political ideas, what he says that's a scathing critique of humanity, and then her ability, Contagion, is just such a great reflection of everything that she is, all that she's become as a result. In a Age saying, "Oh, we have Chrollo." That's proof that Morena's top tier. Yeah. I didn't mean to do it that way, but we talked about him. But it's such an indication of what she's become. Like, what she does with her followers, it's like an infection. It's like an infection that spreads. It's like a toxic poison that comes out from within her, that manifests and is fueled from the result of her horrible upbringing and all that terror. And all that pain that she passes on to others, that perpetuates this cycle of violence and neglect, or not neglect, but violence and hatred. The seed of which being mistreatment from a young age, as it is with a lot of characters. And the original origin of this poison traces back to mankind's cruelty, the manifestation of which it's just like a domino effect that spreads outwards consistently. And the root of it is just not treating a person as how they deserve to have been treated, with the human decency everyone deserves when they're born. And it self-perpetuates, and it results in people like Morena. And I think it's also effective. So her army here, her little army here, I see as symbolic of the outbranching roots starting from that core being neglect, cruelty, everything that's wrong with these sort of governmental structures and families and hierarchy. She's amazing. She's amazing. When she says she would have slipped closer to death, she means that the scar gave her a motive for living, which is to destroy it, right? Yeah. That's what I get from it. Her will for living is that desire for comeuppance and destruction. And this is also foreshadowing of the Mafia invading the Succession War. Yeah. The bottom panel where she says, "I can keep trying just a little more," is everything. Yeah, just a little more. She wills herself for it. She wills herself towards it, because it's all that's left. That's all that she is. I just think she's so effective. She's amazing. I can just keep trying a little more. Hopefully that's an adequate explanation for why I think she's great. There's some things that are difficult to articulate in the moment, but I think I hit most of it. I just think she's so effective. And one chapter we get all this from. Who hates the world more, her or Gyro? It ain't a competition. I don't know. I think Gyro we have more specifics, but I don't know. I think they both cross that threshold that's needed for utter destruction, which is what matters, you know. Welcome in, Grady. No worries. The name of the track was Japanese. I don't know, but it was from season 4 of Haikyuu, Antagonist. I wonder why she only decided to ask so drastically now. Or act so drastically? Maybe biding her time for an opportunity? I'm not sure. It's definitely difficult to get the material the material elements you need to carry out a plan like this, with no opportunity, right? I'm doing well, Grady. Hope you are as well. Yeah, they're all in the boat. Everyone's together. I think all the stars aligned in a way. But yeah, that's, and so if a lot of her hatred is towards society, and especially Kakin. Where's the king? The boat is a microcosm of Kakin in the boat. We just saw the king. Her and Gyro would be such a power couple. Oh my gosh. The destructive power in those two beings. I love characters powered by vengeance. There's a bit of a Guts parallel to this. Like, it's all that keeps her standing, you know? But yeah, and then we get to, so this is maybe, in the conversation, I think 357, I think this is 377, maybe one of the earlier ones, and then 380 Hulkenbergs, and then maybe 382, 380, I think it's 383, either way, are my top 5. Those are my top 5 chapters. 378, okay, gotcha. There's a rose bomb on the boat. Oh dear. Oh dear. Where? Melody, where are you? Melody. Here it is. Unreal spread. So we then get to what is one of the most defining chapters in the arc, which is, yeah, this spread. Yeah, and look at my dude. Morena's more of a religious nihilist that was brought on by her life being regarded as blasphemous and uses basically a Nen cult, and Gyro was more of a material person who used drugs and material means of destruction. Oh yeah, they definitely diverge a hell of a lot. He froze, yeah. Yeah, and in this moment, supposed to be dead. The context for this. So it's, I don't, where is the last part of this? Is it here? No. Is it here? Here? No. Right here. This doesn't even need music. The arc sells it perfectly, or so the art sells it perfectly. It's so beautiful. I love that we're able to have Melody do her thing once again. And this whole chapter is just so eerily ominous and darkly beautiful and poetic. It just flows so well as their escape plan goes on throughout the whole thing. And there's hope, and then hope again, and shout out to what's his name, Kini, the man who essentially sacrificed his life to allow the twins to escape. This is really good for Melody as well, who, this isn't her job, but despite everything, she wants to allow them to escape as best she can, and just wants them to be happy if possible. There's a fan animation of this? Oh, I didn't know that. But like I said, the execution similar to 83 or 84, that scene I think would go extremely well. I can almost hear the music, like maybe a variation of her theme. I don't know, but it's so poetic. And then you get the you get the hammer blow, which is right here. I haven't been showing their panels just because this is the only one I had, but Kacho and Fugetsu's Nen Beasts are mutually cooperative. Then Beast's ability is without you. If either one of them dies, it takes the form of the deceased, staying by the side of the other and protecting her until death. So they get back together, will always be together. But the hammer blow at the end is that She escaped and died. Should I link the fan animation? Sure. The bottom right would be a great reaction image. Oh, the context is so sad, though. More postmodern Nen stuff. Yes, very true. This is post Nen after death again, showed in its purest form. I really don't have a ton to say about it. It's just Kino. It's amazing. It is a gut punch. It really shows the severity and darkness of this succession war with two characters who were very endearing. Like, up until this point, they were a breath of fresh air, I think. There's lots of in-depth political machinations that Kurapika goes through, and there's darkness everywhere, and just seeing them interact was a breath of fresh air. And for it to end like this for Kasho is just heartbreaking. There's something so much sadder about her dying without anyone knowing than the other way around. Yeah. Okay, let's see this fan-made Succession War opening? Hell yeah. I've never seen this. Rank the princes? I'll be doing a tier list for all the characters. Yeah, Ponzu and Pakal, oh. Because I couldn't find them on Google Images, Grady. So here we go. Okay, music off. I guess this has departure. Why not the official one, Jesse's Mask? No, oh, look at that already. Holy crap. Okay. Ah. They're using the election arc stuff. This is cool. Oh, this is months ago? I gotcha. Bill! Oito, Wobble, Kurapika! Cheetle, Leorio, you can do it, buddy. Oh, Chrollo's face? Ooh, so cool. Yes, yes. I love ending on that. Which was the one? This is kind of cool. This is kind of sick. Also, I like this little detail. Ah, that was really good. That was very cool. Thank you for linking that. Oh yeah, they better keep Departure if they continue the anime. They better. That was really cool. That was really cool. Whoops. And then what else? I don't think there's much left for me to say. Yeah, we have that amazing chapter. And then the Sidiadnik training. The training. Which is the last major thing I think I want to draw attention to. His power, like we alluded to the fate thing. So his power essentially is that he's given an option to change the future. Also, I could be wrong. Correct me if there's anything I say that's wrong along the way. But essentially what it is sorry. Sure. So essentially what it is that have you seen the ending version as well? No. There's an ending version? Hold up, there's an ending version? So essentially what happens I'm very starved for content. Essentially what happens is that he has the option to change the future the next 10 seconds. So he sees what happens is he closes his eyes, he's in a situation, he closes your eyes, you see the stuff, you see the next 10 seconds happening in front of him, and he is given the option to change them as they occur. If he does, he will act as he needs to act. Like he's shown it, then he can act to change it. If he does, that will rewrite what happens. But anyone observing what happens will see the universe, what would have happened if he didn't change it first, and then after the 10 seconds, the effects will occur. Which is why Theta thinks she shoots him, and what ends up happening is he just appears behind her. So what I love about that is that it's very kind of horrifying. It's a different user, but here, thank you. I'll check it out in a second. Because it's very like ghostly and horrifying, but then you get the information behind it, and it ends up being very dependent on time-based, fate-based, integrated with Chrollo, and antagonistic to Kurapika in a way. It's just really cool how they recontextualize that. It's so Hunter x Hunter, yeah. It's the most Hunter x Hunter ability ever. I love how Togashi draws this huge-ass... it's not that big, but this diagram to show it. To which Theta just strengthens her resolve and just says, I gotta keep going. But, if you could change your fate, would you? Let's see this. Lag switching. Sidianic's ability is lag switching.
V5 は暗黒大陸から5つの災いを学びました。パンドラの箱を開け落とすカキン国とビヨンドネテロを止めるために彼らは何をするだろうか。
Different part of the song? Doing comparison? Get him, King and Queen. I love that. The calamities! The calamities! Oh, hold on. Okay. Look at this smooth... Look at this smarmy guy. Look at this guy. Oh, and then they use it with the... That's really cool. That's really cool. Camilla, Zhonglei, Benjamin, Seriednik, Mamose? I forget their name. I forget. That might be Mamose. Oh, I like this guy. He's funny. Sale, Hulkenberg, Subepa. Oh, R.I.P. And then Ah, cool. Authorization. The four things you need. The things you need for this expedition. Authorization means qualification contract. Awesome. Thank you for linking that too. That was great. And thank you for the follow, Neo Trunks. But yeah, I think that's all I had to say, essentially. We're getting more involved with the mafia bits, and things really feel like they're about to kick off. Like, they really feel like a powder keg, but unfortunately, things ended right before that. But it's being drawn. And thank you, Jambu, for the follow. Togashi does a lot of cool presentation with Zodiac's ability. I don't know the specifics, but I know it's interesting. Foreshadowing for the climax of the arc. All right, this is in one of the earlier things. The ship will sink by 200,000 people jumping at shadows by the riots caused by fear. Would there be weekly discussions of the manga once it returns? Either weekly or doing them in a chunk, like one stream in a chunk, one or the other. Jesse's Mask. We'll do something with it. Arc ranking time. Oh, I wasn't planning on ranking the arcs, but I could. Chimera Ant, York New, Election, Succession War, and then it's such a jumble between, in some order, Hunter Exam, Greed Island, Heaven's Arena, and then Zoldyck Family. Here, this is what I'll do. This is how we'll do it. And let's go to the Chrome, this one. There we go. What are your thoughts on Camilla's Curse and Grudge army? I think basically all I had to say about Camilla I said already. In the army, I mean, like I said, I think it's cool that they're a manifestation and branching out of her origin, which is the basis being that those misanthropic things and that neglect and that oppression, you know? Don't really have many thoughts about it aside from that, other than they're clearly going to have a big plot impact. They could have an impact on the troupe. They're going to cause problems. But yes. Where is it? Where are we? Chimera Ant. Here we go. And then Triple S. York New. I'm blind. Chairman. Dark Continent and Succession War, which I both consider to be one arc. And then we'll do everything else here. That's how I do it. Pretty based. Thoughts on the latest two characters that will appear in 390, given that they'll most likely... The latest two characters that appear in 390, given that they'll most likely appear in 391? You're gonna have to refresh me a bit. It's not ranked, Andres. Like I said, Hunter Exam, Heaven's Arena, and Greed Island, it's all a blur there for those three. These are ranked, and Zoldyck Family's last, but these ones, it's a blur. Thank you for the follow, T-Streets. Okay, so now we have... where was it? Oh, we have to do the whole big... Hold on. Let me get this in order. The big character tier list. Oh my gosh. Here we go. I just posted mine on Twitter. Okay. If someone has a link to it, wait, let me try. I might have it here. Bro? There we go. All characters. Is this it? I can't find it. There's one that has, like, literally all of them. The one who can control blood as his ability, one of my favorite abilities. Oh, what do I think about them? They're kind of cool. I don't really have much to say about them, but they're definitely going to play a role. More thoughts when we learn more about them, I think. The character that punches the words out of you, and I think the IV blood. Right, yeah. So essentially that. Okay, where is it? Hunter x Hunter character tier list, endings, all characters. This isn't it. Where is it? If someone has a link to the one with the manga characters, please provide. Character tier list. Where is it? All characters, Hunter x Hunter characters. Where is it? I was just doing it. Me too, Vehement, but I'm also excited to move on to other stuff as well. Whether that be arcane, whether we play a game. We're doing Xenoblade tomorrow. We'll see how that goes, depending on how it's funded or whatever. Oh, apparently it's storming. So if I get a power outage and the stream ends, that's what's going on. Someone please help me. Please help me find this. Where's the character tier list? Where is it? It's like 500 plus. Thank you, Wolfman. I'm glad to have you in. I know the exact one you're doing. Yeah, I can't find it. One was left in Discord? Oh, every named one. There we go. Thank you, Sarah. Perfect. I couldn't find that for some reason. Oh my gosh, this is so big. Okay, we're not going to do... Oh, wait, no. Wasn't there one with manga characters, too? Like, with City Ednic? It has manga? I don't see him. Okay, hold on here. Switch this. Reset the tier list. That one, like, this is the one. Oh, wait. I'm so dumb. Oh my god, I was in the wrong tab. Okay. Yes, so I prepared this. I prepped this. I was in the wrong tab. I'm so sorry. It's like, what? What's going on? Okay. Okay, so as per usual, we have... Should I move my camera? I can move my camera. Let me move the camera in the backdrop. Okay, so as usual, we have ads. We have Hunter x Hunter, Triple S, all the way down. I don't think anyone's going to be below D, or probably C as well. But I'm going to skip the ones that I don't really remember all that much, or just... I'll just say whatever for some of them. A+, yeah, I don't know why that's there. I might get rid of that. Okay, so... For the Hunter x Hunter tier, for the Hunter x Hunter tier, I think I gotta limit that to like 5. 5, 7 tops. No, I can't do that. I'll limit it to 5. I think the 5. I think it needs to be 5. Fish siblings are D potentially. So yeah. So my Hunter x Hunter tier, we'll start off with the big guns. Let's do 12. So my top 5 characters in the series, not Leorio is in top 5, but Kurapika is in top 5. Leorio might be double S. I need to think about... Actually, no, I don't think so. We'll just get some in here. Gone is... Yes, Gone is in my top 5. And in the Hunter x Hunter tier. We'll order them in a second. Beyond. Bill. Bisky. Okay, so let's start. I'll do A Bisky, maybe A plus. Let's get rid of the A plus. Let's get rid of the A plus. For now. Honestly, Beyond, even in the little we've had, I'm saying A for Beyond. And you guys are gonna think I'm sick for what I'm gonna do with Morena, given she's in one chapter, but. Bill, I'll put in B. The colors are messed up. It'll be alright. It's still a gradient. Beans, you can be B. She's C. He can be C too. I think S. He can be top-ish of C. Because there's some that I just don't think are worth putting up, but we'll see. Okay, this guy, I forget his name. Babalino or whatever. He's interesting. This guy, I forget his name. He's interesting. Greed Island Cronies. This dude. Beanolt? This isn't ranked. This isn't ranked. The arcs are not ranked. I'm just making my way. See. Kanadi. I think top of B. Bonolinov? Oh, because it's so hard. Because, like... Oh, because there's a different one for the Phantom Troupe as a whole, and there's one for the individual members. Let's do this. I'll fix the colors here. So this will be S is this. Double S is this. This. There we go. We'll do, and then this is Phantom Troupe. Okay, guys. So just a reminder: don't get too caught up in this tier list. If you disagree with me, stuff like that, it's not a big deal. It's no big deal. Because I've done these before and people have gotten a bit heated for some reason, but it's all in good fun. Benjamin, I'd put tippy top of B. Yeah, individually ranking Phantom Troupe is really hard. But Bonolinov, I'd just put in B, I guess. Phantom Troupe as a whole would be in between double S and triple S. Oh, whoops, I did that. Bisky is tentative A. He's really cool. He'd be top of B. Oh man, there's so much. Goto. A. Ship captain. He does what he does. Literally, just because of 136, I am putting Brovada in bottom of A. Oh, thank you, Santi. Perfect. Chrollo. Oh, we have another addition to Hunter x Hunter. 3 out of the 5 are there. I'm sure you guys know who the other 2 are. Chimera Ant Queen. Oh my gosh, there are so many. Buhara. Camilla. I'll do the same with her. Franklin. Yeah, it's so hard ranking Phantom Troupe members. Somewhere around here. Ant Queen is C? Nah. Ant Queen's B. Flutter. Pufumeru easy? Yeah. It's very easy. Genthru? I'll put bottom of A. They're so sweet. I'll put them in B. Oh my gosh, there are so... Look at this. Zushi, hello. You can go in B. Oh, I just saw her. I lost her. Zushi's B. She's B. Ants Queen, Loki, Hunter, Hunter tier? Maybe. Cluck. The Zodiac members, most of them are C, I think. Cheetle? I love me some Cheetle. Cheetu. My Speed King. Why'd you put the dude in Heaven's Arena who makes a cameo in C? I don't know. Why not? Colt! Cheetu is D? Nah. Like I said, traditional mongoose, don't worry too much about this if it disagrees with you. It's really no big deal. And no one's arc rankings are correct or incorrect. Reina and the mom. I love her. And yet I put her in B. Gorenu? Except for my ranking, they're always correct. Based. Man, okay. Phaeton? Phaeton... How do you rank Phaeton individually? I'll put him low A. No, high B? I'll do low A. Really like the commentator for Heaven's Arena. Gyro? Gyro, even just what we've been given is A. Hulkenberg? Oh wait, where did I put Hisoka? Where is he? Where'd he go? I meant to move him. Anyway, Melody. So I think I'll do this and this. Gyro is a patented Andres mid B tier. Perfect. Is Gyro low S? You guys, I'm such a fanboy. I'm such a fanboy. There's Hisoka. Okay. Hisoka is just outside of Hunter x Hunter. Gyro's father. Let's give him a B. Basho. You can be B. Is he? I don't know. Basho probably C, to be honest. Yeah, Gyro just... I was holding myself back a bit, as I tend to do, by trying not to be a fanboy, but what is the point of that? Ikalgo? King? Hanzo? King? Jing not Hunter x Hunter? He's not... I haven't ranked him yet. Koyasu's voice? Yeah, Andres tries to be conservative with his rankings, whereas I don't. Maha Zoldyck, the ultimate Viber. I don't know. I don't know how to rank Maha, but I put him there. Bizef? Parent-wise, Z tier for Gyro's father? Yes. Machi, my queen. My queen. She's going an A. Yeah, Andres has 3 triple S characters ever, and I have more than 3 in Hunter x Hunter, so that tells you the difference between how we rank. Meruem. There we go. That's 4 out of 5. And then Yuppie, who honestly used to be S. Yuppie used to be S. Yuppie is now double S. Kikyo. Kikyo is great. Honestly, putting Kikyo in A. Maha tier? Sure. There we go. I wish I could show my face while I'm doing this. I feel so... Ironically, I feel so naked. Kite? Kite is either low S or high A. I don't like him more than Colt. I put him high A. The top right wouldn't obscure? Oh, crap. There we go. Backdrop? We'll put that back. Cool. Okay. What else do we have? I'm obviously not gonna do all of these, I gotta skip some, but... Hina? She's alright. This dude taught Gon, so he can be a high C. Jing, there's my king. Not in terms of fatherhood, but... How many characters were introduced in the Dark Continent? A lot. Zodiac, like not noteworthy Zodiacs. Where did Cluck go? Yeah. Okay, we need some heavy hitters. Leol, pretty important, but not too good given the weight of his character. I put him low B, personally. Kaluto. Kaluto is honestly one of the higher echelon A's. Maybe middle or so. Welfin triple S, not quite, but I do love me some Welfin. Izunami. High B for my boy. Illumi. Illumi, another one who used to be just S, now I put triple S. Higher than expecting for Leol. Yeah. The enjoyment, if... You're making me realize I'm overrating... I'm putting him higher. Whatever. Kurapika, as part of the Phantom Troupe, there, but as a character... Yeah, C. Yeah, I don't do Made in Abyss episodes on stream anymore, Real Femto. But I am watching it. Komugi! Alright. Double S, excuse me. Castro, whatever. I mean, he does his thing. Miluki. Honestly, A. I'm a Miluki fan. Castro goat for losing. What is there left? Koala? Knuckle? Nov? I say what is there left as if there's not that much left when there's a ton left. Koala, honestly... around here. Knuckle? And Nov... I think I would put Tippy Top S. Komugi SS? That's 10 out of 10. Or no, it's not 10 out of 10. She's in my... Komugi is in my... For clarity, I think Komugi's my 12th favorite character in Hunter x Hunter, something like that. Which is really damn good. Right? That's pretty good. That's fair. Oh my gosh, so many of these characters. Melioron. Melioron, let's do high A for him. Melioron, I think relatively the weakest Chimera Ant Palace Invasion member, but still really good. 50 out of 10, exactly. Top 9 at least for Komugi? I don't know. And I love Pakunoda. I love Pakunoda. Mito. Mito's going into A. Oh, the fish siblings. They're here. They're here next to two really good characters. They're here. The time has come. The time has come. Palm? On the balance of things, I'm putting her an S for what she does for Chimera Ant. Pre-transformation would be a C. But then on the balance... screw it, I don't care about math. Periston, triple S. And actually, if I order it, it's like this. Yeah, it's how I rate them as a group. Kind of minus Chrollo, but not really. It's very abstract. I don't hate you, Sarah. If I was ranking you, you'd be in Hunter x Hunter. I get this. No worries, AJ Ishis. Huh? I want my own tier? You'll get one. This guy's goofy. Oh, okay. Yeah. I get the Phantom Troupe in its own tier to represent a collective thing. Yeah, because they're just so unique. How do you properly articulate that in a tier list? So, it's deceptive when I put Benolanov here, or Kurapika here, because it doesn't tell the full story at all. That's why I put that there. Oh my gosh, there are so many to sort through. The king. He can go tippy top of B. Critty, thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? Hope you had a good, I think you said just chatting. Welcome in, everyone. We're just ending off the Hunter x Hunter stream series with a Hunter x Hunter tier list. Welcome in, everyone. I hope you had a good time. Get a good look. We're in the process of making it. This is what it's looking like so far. There's one more that goes in Hunter x Hunter tier. I think you would probably know who it is. Thank you for the follow, Ooga Booga. Pito. Pito, for me, would go here. Around here-ish. Yuppie, Knuckle, I think Knuckle will go here. Pito, I think it would be like this. Like that. Like that. Yup. The classic SSS is really double S, but no. No. SSS is SSS. Triple S. Just like Kaji. Neon, I'm legit putting here. Every guard is the same tier? Yeah, every guard is like high C, low B. Oh, okay, my triple S is your double S. Gotcha. Okay, who else? We have Ramot. I'll put him in B. Wish I loved to cast this much? All you gotta do is like Hunter x Hunter. That's all. You'll get there one day. Wing, I would put... I like Wing a lot. Let's put him bottom of here. Make a power scaling list instead? True. Welfin, there we go. And we have Pike, too. Welfin's interesting. Where would you guys put Welfin? S tier? I was thinking that. This is me with Gintama. Based. It's insane how many characters Togashi created, especially with how unique their designs and personalities are, even at a shallow level. Yeah. I mean, I just look at this and I just go, holy shit. I think I'm interesting. Lots of A's, lots of S's. A humble B from Andres. A couple triple S's, or sorry, double S's. Welfin's definitely better than B. I think I can see Welfin go... I think Welfin is, for me, Welfin is S. Or, sorry, like around here. Welfin's like a top 13 character. For me, I don't know how the math will work out. We'll see how it goes. Mizai? Don't know if he's quite A, but he definitely comes into his own. Diego. So is this the false Diego? Whatever. Either way, let's just put in B. Legoshi? Legoshi is my triple S, your double S. Maybe your triple S. Zapile? Oh, we have Pockle too. And Ponzu. Perfect. Pockle, B, Ponzu, B, higher B. What are your thoughts on Mizai's Nen ability? I forgot it. I legit don't remember it, I'm sorry. Legoshi coming for the triple S for the final season? Hell yeah. Kobayashi's voice work? And a conclusion of his character? Nothing else. Oh, Morel? Morel for me is S. Yeah. Oh, the cards one. It's cool. I can't say I've thought much about it. Real Diego kind of go just based off that one quote. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because he'd be higher than fake one. Real Diego same tier as fake one? Unbelievable. Morel in C is a disgrace, Andres. Come on. Morel in C? Get out of here with your humble Andres shit. You cannot put Morel in C. Morel in C. That's unbelievable. See? Oh, Sarah too? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This stream made me like him more? Okay, put him in B. I'll take that. I'll take that. Okay, he'd be B? Okay, there we go. Oh, also, Andres, I finished Heaven's Ward. I forgot to tell you. But I'm in the post-Heaven's Ward stuff now. Oito? We'll do here-ish. Miluki, yeah, we'll do something like that. See ya, Vehement. Hearing Morel and C tier is giving me indigestion. See ya. Is Thancred the greatest of all time? Nope, but he's cool. The post-Heavensward stuff, is that true, guy? Cool. I'm excited. He's still C for me, I ain't changing my mind. Okay, so, Sarah, you got upset when I put the fish siblings in D, which means they're at least C. Yeah, Andres needs to rewatch big time, Critty. So, Sarah, are you telling me that the fish siblings are in the same tier as Morel? I think I finished the final trial. I like the credits rolled, Andres. I've been watching this channel. It's reacting to Fate Zero called Sour Taste. They're on episode 6. Okay, cool. I'll look them up. I'd love me some Fate Zero reactions. Thanks. Fish siblings are F, let's be honest. Okay, okay, there we go. Perfect. Okay, I gotta round this out. Where's Poof? Somehow I haven't put Poof in. Peggy thinks. Oh, we have Menchie too. Their ability's alright. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention in the stream, but Monkey Boy is the mole. I forget his name. I like her. She's cute. She'll go here. Finks, right about there. Still here. Peggy, just because of that one quote I really like. You can be B2. Poof is somewhere at the bottom? Okay. Oh, you're asking if you thought it was cool. Yes, I did. And it left me going like, I need to understand what's about to happen. You know what I mean? And then we went back to, like, I needed immediate gratification for that story thread, like where it ended off. But I didn't get it. So it's stringing me along big time. Teradane, kind of alright. Pretty good for what he is. Poof, there we go. So I'm trying to think of major ones I'm missing. So Poof is here, and if I order them, I don't know if I can order this top 5. I plead the fifth on ordering the top 5, but they're my top 5. Oh, I'm missing Netedo. Yep, that's true. I'm missing Shoot as well. Yep. I'm missing quite a few. Satots? I like Satots a lot. Oops. Right here. Shizuku? Nobunaga. Ooh, Nobunaga's going in S. Shizuku can go in B, I think. Nobunaga S. Around here. Worm? Oh, I'm missing Worm. Yeah, Fourth Prince I'm missing too. It's so hard to find some of these. Shalnark! Subone, and there's the Fourth Prince here. Here. Oh, whoops. B, you're fine. Shalnark, I like a lot. Subone, high B. Sidiednik, triple, not triple. Double S. Yeah, double S. Worm is at the bottom. Yeah, Fourth Prince, double S with triple S potential for sure. But at the moment, not higher than double S. The Calamities. Zazan. Uvo! Oh, I love Uvo. I don't think I can justify putting him higher than S, but I really want to. Morena triple S. Oh, where's Morena? Shoot. Okay, I found Shoot. Shoot will be just ahead of Morel, right here, I think. Shoot and Nob, it's a toss-up. Illumi's right here in double S. Spin. Random how I noticed her, but she's very cool. Uvo S just for biting a dude's head off, then spitting out the bone to kill another dude. He's S for much more than that. He kissed Shalnark on the forehead. Or cheek. Zhonglei. He's cool. I think he'll be a high B. Zeno. True. Zeno and Silva I'm missing. Oh, Razor. Honestly, I'm a huge fan of Razor. I kind of want to put him in S. Yeah, let's do it. Shadow Beasts. Shadow Beasts. They get their own tier. That's too bad, Offie Burger. But yeah, of course, the streams aren't convenient times for everyone, especially when school ramps up, so I totally get it. Hope you enjoy the VODs, and it'll always be great whenever you're able to come in. And I'll mix in night streams every now and then. I plan to stream tomorrow night. So hopefully those will be... those might help your availability, but no pressure, of course. I'm planning for tomorrow night, but it's a bit tentative, but that's what I'm planning for. Stick Dinner, Zazan. Okay, I'm missing Zeno and Silva, and Netero I'm missing, and Beyond. Those are the ones I for sure want to get. Cool. I stream on all those days, mostly. Andres. Turtle guy, fine. Man, where... I'm just blind. Zeno second on second last row. Second on second last... Oh, third... Okay, here. Perfect, thank you. Zeno slightly ahead of Silva. Oh, no, wait. No, is he ahead? I don't know. No, I think it's... Yeah, it's reversed a little bit. Okay, Netero and Beyond. The two Neteros I want. Tompa's on the fifth last. Aha. Perfect. Tompa's in B. Row 9. Aha. Thank you, guys. Okay, Netero, the last triple S, I think. I do have to think, Netero or Periston, who do I like more? If it's just the anime, it's Netero, but if it's the manga too... and then I'm missing Beyond. Where's Beyond? Also, if you guys see one that you want me to pick up, then just tell me. Beyond. You thought it was going to be Kurapika? No, Kurapika's close. but yeah, Poof is in it. Poof is easy top 5. Wait, oh wait, I did Beyond already. Yeah, he's right here. Okay. So who am I am I missing anyone? Oh, Morena. Yeah, Morena. After gushing about Morena, I just... Where are you, my queen? Man, who are all these people? It's crazy how all these are here. I forgot her name, but she's pretty cool. I'll include her. Like a low B. Far right? Oh, far right. Oh, no. Okay. Did I miss her? Oh, there she is. Found her. Thank you, guys. Okay, Morena. Literally in one chapter. Morena's literally in one chapter. Is it crazy for her to be high S tier for me? Yes. I don't care, though. She is. She is. I love her. I will die on this hill. Squala. Oh, yes. It's not crazy at all? Perfect. Oh, no, I don't have Theta either. So Squala and Theta. AJ crushing hard. Yeah, and she's also just great. Okay, where's Theta? And Squala. Man. Oh, there's our boy. Another Shadow Beast. Also, I like this guy because he just has that one moment with Gon. Sequant, he's alright. Fourth from the right. Squall is fourth from the end, fourth from the right. Uh-oh. Did I lose it? Did I screw it up? Oh, Reina! Okay, I'll get back to Squalla. I need to put Reina. Just for 136, she's A. Theta on to the left next to Toto and the Examiner Hisoka kills. Oh, okay. Where is that? Oh, no. Eyes, please. Heaven's Arena announcer chick? She's in B. All the way to the right. She's on the far right. Oh, got her. Thank you. Okay, and now I think we just need Squalla. All this for a guy who's going to be in B. Theta? I'm missing Togashi, fourth row left. Yeah, it changes every time. Hina's in there. Hina's B, I think. Okay, last boy, Squalla. The Zodiacs, most of them, like I won't list all of them, but most of them would be C. Mizai I have high B. Cheetle I have A. That's where they're at. Oh, this is the Heaven's Arena. Or this is the tour guide, actually. What's up, Davinator? Middle for Squalla? Oh, we have real and fake Diego. I just realized. Sorry, I need to do the real Diego. Okay. I can't find my boy. Yes, Pawns. Oh, I found him. There we go. Okay, Squalla, all this for just a B tier. Real Diego, still B, and Fake will go in C, I think. He does a really functional job, but I'll put him in C. Okay, Puhat. Puhat. I forgot his name. Yeah, Puhat C. Or sorry, he would. I put him in C. AJ convinced me to like Jing more. Check the VODs, Andres. I'm tired. check my video on the ending of the anime. Okay, is there anyone I'm missing? Say one nice thing about a story and character. Jing, the voice. The voice. Zig Zoldyck? Zig Zoldyck. Okay, let's put Zig Zoldyck in the Maha tier. the ultimate vibers. Okay, I'll say another nice thing about Jing. It's awesome, because you weren't here for the stream. It's awesome that he's there and available for Gon to call on now. Gon calls him and asks him advice about Nen. He's there and picking up. So it shows his character progression. It shows how he's realized and righted his wrongs a little bit, and he's learning a little bit. He's not the absent parental figure or role model that he used to be. So, hey, there you go. That's pretty cool, right? Okay. Any last requests? Anyone I forgot? Because there are some I could add, but ultimately I think I got the most significant ones. Bobobo? Fish Twins? Oh yeah, the Fish Twins are right here. Along with Pike. I'm good? Alright. This is who we got, people. This is who we got. Octopus guy. Yeah, he'd be C. Most of these would be C. Like, she's a Zodiac, she'd be C. There is also a bit we skipped over with the whole money thing, where he shows how he lacks emotional intelligence somewhat and ends up acting based on what he assumes other people will feel, which he admits is his flaw. Oh, during the little dynamics with Pariston, yeah. There's that little bit where he's going back and forth and ends up misreading the situation. That is cool. Ikalgo... What? Ikalgo C? What? What? No. He's S. I got so scared that I put him in C for a second. Oh, okay. Someone just asked about the... Oh, okay. Okay. That's funny. Yeah, I think that's what we got. So I'll try to order them a bit, but I think that's good. Did you rank that random guy that shows up in Heaven's Arena and talks to the announcer and then just disappears? Yup. My C tier king. Where is he? Right here. But yeah, let me... So this is unordered. Chrollo might... I don't know, it's so hard. But this is ordered. This is... Yeah, I think that's ordered too. Gorenyu's there, he's B. I think I put him in B. Where'd I put him? Yeah, right here. Who was like in some military thing that joined Pariston's crew? He has gray hair. I know who you're talking about. He would probably be like a low B or a high C. So you like the Phantom Troupe as a collective more than the Royal Guards. As a collective? Because Poof is 2 tiers ahead. And then Pito and Yuppie. It's about even. It's about even. If I were to rank both the groups as a collective in their dynamics, because Meruem's also a part of the Royal Guards in terms of dynamics, it's roughly equal. I forgot Mike. Yeah, actually, I think Leorio's probably double S. Yeah, Leorio's double S. Yeah. Komugi, Knuckle 13. Yeah, this looks good. Uvo, Morena. Yes, yep. I need to just quickly check my antagonist list for Morena. Oh, because we don't even know. Would she count as an antagonist? Yeah, I have her as an honorable mention. Okay. This is actually really similar to mine. I'm just not as much of a poof simp. Nice. Nice. The Legolas looking guy? Yeah. I thought he had grayish or whitish hair, right? Yeah, I'm a little sad for it too, but he's right on the cusp. He gets a little more material and he'll be up there. We almost have the exact same top 5. What's yours, Gil? Is the highest tier ordered? The highest tier is not ordered. I do know what the order is, but I'm keeping it a secret for future lists. Antagonist and protagonist lists. Thornton and Nidhogg? Oh yeah, Poof is... I would die for Poof. We have the same top 10, but Ilumi instead of Netero. Nice. Muhair? I don't know who that is. Let's see. Muhair? Oh, yes. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's the name. Okay, yeah, that's the name of the guy who was with Pariston and whatever. Poof with Kurapika, and that's my top 5. Nice. Kurapika instead of Poof. Nice. Yeah, cool. Cool, yeah, but this is what I got. These two are ranked. This is roughly ranked S. It gets a bit muddled, but it's roughly ranked in A, and then B, don't pay too much attention to the low order. I'm finishing mine, then posting it in the server so you can roast me. If it's similar to mine, there won't be too much to roast. I do remember when you put Ikalgo higher than Meruem that one time, though. That was cool. Gon, Killua, Ilumi, Kurapika. Ilumi 3rd is so cool. Meruem, Chrollo, Poof, Jing, Hisoka, Pariston, Netero, Leorio. Okay. Nice. So lots of the same personnel, just I guess the placing is a bit shifted around. That was because I forgot about Meruem. My Meruem positioning is still kind of spicy. Yeah, I remember you said you can't connect with him as much as a lot of people can. Which is fair. Okay, guys. I gaslighted myself into Ilumi top 3. That's okay. Can you repeat your reasoning for Zazan? I wasn't here and I'm interested in your reasons. Where's Zazan? I don't have any reasons for Zazan. Where even is she? Oh. She was meant to be put in, like, C+ or B-. Yeah, she was... There's no one who's... Whatever is everyone else. Yeah, she's meant to be in, like, C-ish, low B-ish, something like that. One of my buddies has Uvo in C because he was in, like, 5 episodes and immediately died. Very goofy. Well, I mean... The 5 episodes thing's kind of true. You can give him that. If you want to throw him a little bit of a bone. Ilumi confronting Killua was when I knew Hunter x Hunter was a special show, so he ranks higher, being associated with that moment. Me too. Yeah, that moment's huge for him. I might end up putting him higher than Pito one day. Ilumi's stocks are rising, for sure. And as the manga goes on, I could see Hisoka rising, Kurapika rising, Pariston and Jing if they come back into it, Leorio if he comes back into it, Ilumi's in a great spot, the Troupe in general. It's very exciting. See ya, Kasid. I'm really sorry you have a migraine. I hope you feel better. Take some quiet time. I've never had a migraine in my life, but I hear they are the worst, so have a great rest of the day. Hopefully it eases up. Oh yeah, I adore Pakunoda. And Morena stalks, and Seriedne, of course, obviously. Pakunoda has a porco. Yes, she does, for sure. Let me be the last. Oh, it's so good. As I told you before, the anti-Pell. But yeah, guys, I think I'm gonna end off here. Like I said, tomorrow is very likely looking to be my start with Xenoblade Chronicles 3, if you guys are interested in that. It'll be evening Eastern time, so around 7:30 if you guys are interested. I'll do my first session with the game, for sure. Baba Mina. I don't think I forgot him. Yeah, he's right here. Right? If you're interested, you can come out for that. I'll post that on Twitter and in the Discord too, as soon as I confirm. And I'll definitely be doing the first session. We'll see how it goes after that, and funding and all that sort of thing. One Piece may be Friday. It's been redeemed, so it'll happen sometime, but I'll have to see how I am. It'll be a last-minute decision after if I stream Thursday, so we'll see. Any chance on an evening Ace Attorney stream? Not much. No. I'm sorry. Sorry, Offie Burger. What's next Wednesday? Next Wednesday is TBD. I might jump into the Arcane discussion series, which I think will be the next discussion series, or I might do extra Ace Attorney on Wednesday. That's a possibility too. We'll see. It's TBD. But yeah, thank you guys so much for coming out. For hanging with me for this gigantic tier list as well. And I'll see some of you guys tomorrow, hopefully. I'm really excited, and I haven't done an evening stream in like 6 months, and so I know some of you European folk are not going to be able to. Sarah, I'm sure you won't be able to. That's totally fine. But thank you so much for sticking with these Hunter x Hunter streams. Months and months and months we did it. I'll stay up late to watch. No pressure. No pressures. Oh, man. Okay, I hope it's not too late for you. Thank you so much, Sarah. But thank you guys so much for the consistent contributions. You guys made it worth it. Streaming every week this one subject, no matter how much I love the story, it is, it's a commitment, but you guys made it very easy. I hope you enjoyed it yourself. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. And, yeah, like I said, next Wednesday we'll see how it goes. I'll be posting updates about it, but stay tuned for tomorrow if you're interested. And Sunday, of course, One Piece for sure. Friday, maybe One Piece. Thank you so much for the support, and have a great rest of the day, guys.